guys, and welcome everyone to today's Sebring 500 here on rFactor 2 in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Guys, we are live with the free practice and, well, we're about to leave a pit road to dial in some quick laps because it's just 15 minutes to the race start. Welcome everyone. Happy weekend to all of you. Hope you're doing alright. Hope you're doing great. As we are about to go green hashtag soon. Hello Andre. Much appreciate your time, welcome. Hey Jerome, many thanks. Thanks for your time, welcome. So, time for us to get into the groove on this real road. It is pretty darn slippery here. Real road has very, very low grip. Hello Reuven, how are you doing?
Radio check.
Loud and clear.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah, doing good Reuven. A bit, you know, this one, but a bit flattering about the race. It's just a very narrow racing line with all these bumps. Traffic's gonna be a huge issue. We're just trying to somehow be fine, be great, be quack. And hopefully having a good time, having a good pace. So the Sebring 500 coming up in 15 minutes time. 134 laps to do for the LMP2 runners. Well, let's see. Thank you, Hel. Thanks for joining. Ah, hi Philipp. Ja, euch auch. Euch auch viel Glück. Für wen bist du da am Start heute? Bist du in einem GTE, ne? Ah, im Wolfs GR Porsche. Oh dear. Ah, zumindest niemand kann euch von hinten abräumen, ne? Am Start. Ah, ihr werdet das schon schaukeln. Ihr werdet schon nach vorne kommen. Alles Gute. Rasmus Andreasen, thank you so much for your 9th month in a row being a tier 1 subscriber on the Twitch channel. Thanks for the support. Ja, alles gut. Einfach nur Linie halten, ich suche mir einen Weg vorbei. Das wird schon. Kriegen wir hin. Viel Erfolg euch. Bist du im Stadion dann oder wo fahrt ihr? Oder wo fährst du? Untersteuern, ey. Völlig geistig. Hey Peter. Yeah, the wheel is in maintenance right now. The shifter's broke. And that's why I'm currently on the fan attack. But yeah, I'm waiting for spare parts, and as soon as I can repair it, I'll put it back on. But yeah, spare parts being the issue right now. Gianmarco Fiducci, ciao, ciao. Grazie mille, grazie mille. And that's it with my Italian language. Thank you so much, man. How are you doing? Are you racing today too, no? Together with Nuno? Have good fun, have a good race, keep it safe, keep it noise. Wish you guys a good result and loads of fun, of course. Well, the fan attack wheel is worse in the sense of it's not as wide in diameter, which gives you a different feel. Thank you, Gianmarco. Have a good one. And then it has nicer buttons. It has better, a more haptic feeling. But as you can see, the display is dead and it doesn't really have a display. So from that regard, I absolutely adore the Akira. And something else it doesn't have compared to the Akira is a clutch. There's a dual clutch system on the dual clutch pedal system, which would be extremely useful. Yes, Cameron, let's go. We're going. So today we have a bit of a duty to do. We're not only taking the start of this race, we're also coming back into the car probably in a later stage. So we are looking. 10 minutes to the formation lap. or to the starting procedure, how they call it. Car is incredibly slippery, it's insane. Thank you, Altaman. So we will be live for the full Sebring 500 coverage, so as soon as I get off the car, feel free to stay around as we're doing the watch party of the official live stream in the meanwhile before we get back into the car, so you won't miss any action from here. There will be live timing today available too, so exclamation mark live timing. Maybe I can see then the right link is working. Oh dear. Hello Jensen, how you doing? Thank you for joining. Triller, the race is about to start in 10 minutes. Oh dear. It is the VEC live timing that's in, I'm sorry. Keg. Yeah, not prepared though. So certainly not prepared on... Yeah, Papa Jimmy will be happy. Despite there was probably no action going on the on that server there right now. But oh well. Hey Scalino, how are you?
Okay, hi drivers, me again. Hopefully we have a nice clean race this time after the changes we made. I know some of you are lapping, so I'll keep this short, but just, I put it in Discord. If any of you get any penalties from the start, or penalties in the game that you want to be reviewed or are being reviewed, you need to put it in the timekeeping channel in Discord and tag Martine in there, so we're aware of it, and we can remove them from the start. Obviously we've black flag this time, so it's really important, otherwise you will be disqualified. And we can get you back in, but you'll lose at least a lap if it's under a review, so it's really important. I'll let Eduardo do the formalities when we go underway, but yeah, that's just a reminder from me, guys. Thank you.
Copy.
Copy. So if I get the pen, I quickly tell you and then you please hammer the link.
Yeah,
Hi guys, we're going through to warm up now. So you're all in the server, we're going through to warm up now.
Oh no, going to warm up. Oh. So guys, I'm quickly going toilet. So you, in the meanwhile, you enjoy. Where is Papa Jesper? There is Papa Jesper. We'll enjoy some footage. I'll be right back.
Ben, are you here?
He's muted here, but he's in Discord with Tom.
I wanted to tell him to like close the Discord before he starts his run because Discord is shit for the PC.
Yeah, that's where he is at the moment, so I guess he will come off it.
Right, guys. So we are about to get underway.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Check fuel and tires. Enjoy.
Thank you, Skellingtor. Thank you, everyone. Okay, guys, I'm shutting down the chat. For safety reasons, you know the game. Copy, fuel and everything checked.
Is the grid still like 4 minutes?
Yes. According to my dash, I can see Baldwin and Peta on softs.
Interesting.
Are we on the stream now?
We are.
Okay, so I don't talk.
At least not with, like, you know. Anyway, for the time being, I just guess we keep it with plan A. If we are stuck or something, we are looking for plan B or C as a
Copy.
trade.
Copy.
Who's honking?
I got no clue. You see me on the grid, yes?
Yep.
Great. So guys, Sebring 500 about to start, 134 laps. If you appreciate the race, if you appreciate the content, if you appreciate us streaming, please show your appreciation with following up on Twitch, subscribing to the YouTube channel, making that community grow, guys. And, well, hopefully you guys are gonna enjoy the race big time. And enjoy being live with us for the next 5 hours.
Hi drivers, you've got 30 seconds to press drive. 30 seconds, so you need to be on the grid or else you won't make the start. So 30-second warning. I can see gaps on the...
I can see the gaps too. Ignition switch. Engine up and running. Great.
Three, two, one, and the formation lap started. Good luck, guys.
Information to the drivers, the formation lap has started, as we did 1 hour ago. Please, let's minimize the gaps during the formation lap. It makes our life easier on this side. Exiting T16, everyone to grid positions, please. Okay, reminder to everyone, let's close the gaps, prepare to assume formation positions as we exit T16, side by side, cool, and no overtaking before the line. The GT gap looks okay. Let's try and do it as we did on the first one, please, and good luck to everyone. Everyone in grid positions, everyone to grid positions now. Everyone to grid positions now, please. Again, no overtaking before you cross the line. Leading car into the pits, side by side, please. Green flag is in the air. We have started for the LMP2s. Okay, GT cars keep the formation. Go, go, go. Go, go, go for GTs. We have yellow flags at T1.
Ah, fuck. That green flag came in a very inconvenient spot. Car ahead was just slowing down. And the rest you saw. Ey, es ist zum Kotzen mit diesem Auto, Mann. So what's next?
I don't know. I would like to just go and go conservative. Don't lose any more positions, please. Just we are talking the strategy now.
Yeah, that's what I ask.
Michi, we're gonna pit earlier, okay?
Mhm.
But for now, just go. I will let you know when.
So no fuel saving anymore?
Nope.
Fuck's sake, Mann. Ist das zum Kotzen? fuck's sake.
It's alright, Mitch, we'll get something on the stress tube.
So plan A.
Just working it out.
I need to tell me because the fuel delta.
Just push. Don't no save now. You will pit earlier.
Didn't Cameron just say we stay on the plan?
I don't think so.
I said we'll find you a stress tube, so don't worry.
James Baldwin will get a penalty because they just like pushed Williams off track ahead, so that's good.
So you don't want me to attack, yeah?
If you can, then attack. Like, you will pit early anyway, there's no need to save fuel.
Thank you for the follow, Phil. Was that all GTs now, yeah?
Yes. Okay, so we're thinking to triple these mediums, 18 lap stint, so a few laps early, undercut.
Okay. Please have me a target fuel for 18 laps, 3.4, the strat 1 consumption.
3.4.
Yeah, but what I need for fuel.
63 to be safe, 62 is probably okay as well.
We box a lap early if we hit GTEs on it again.
Okay.
No, that is a question.
Well, let's wait and see what the situation's gonna be. If yes, then yeah, we can, I guess, pit lap early.
I would be stuck behind that train of 3 cars anyway. That was the reason why I went for the move, because I had to. Happened to Ottaviani. Now it's a 4-car train.
Oh, he's just slow. Actually, his last lap was 2 seconds of the pace, so maybe some issue with the lapped cars. No idea.
There was no car to be lapped. And so I'm soon going to be trapped in this train.
Yes, that's why we are pitting you earlier.
Abandon Sabat, thank you for the follow. F traffic again. So box this lap or when?
The end of lap 18, so one more after this.
Despite we hit traffic twice then. I think we may run into the traffic next lap, isn't it? Or am I wrong? Back straight now, your call.
Hit next lap.
Understood.
Right, box.
62 liters, yeah.
For 3.4 exactly, that should be fine. If you go over, you'll need 63.
Uh, 23 seconds. Sorry on that first stint.
Well, let's see what this strategy does. And yeah, just to confirm, so the plan would be to go another stint after this on same tyre.
We managed to stay ahead of Pinto.
Perfect.
Took 63 and now full push for the moment, trying to get the undercut work.
Yep.
Tires were above 80.
That's better than target.
Von der Heider pits as well. Let's hope we worked out good. Goldemore, thanks for the follow. It looks like we pass him. Yeah, goodbye. Not sure if they can make it back to the old strat without an extra stop now. Would be a huge stretch. They drop behind Pinto.
They'd need all 23 lap stints.
So not impossible. Ah, it's that cunt again. Nice Ferrari blocking.
Well, you still have to get past them, and remember that'll be the same for all the other
Yeah.
P2s.
There are nice shenanigans in the pit lane now because again the spots are too close to each other.
Mm.
Watch out for number 4 on pit exit as well. Tom says it's going to be quite close.
Okay.
Williams just lost like 4 seconds.
Copy, right behind the number 4. Looks like some guys even making the stretch to lap 23 now. Jumped Patel by 5 seconds. I'm now trying to build that gap. When did Fossilla pit? Because they're still going.
Very, very early. Like they pitted lap 10 or something like that, I think.
So actually I defend hard against them, yeah?
Yes.
What do you want me to do? Are we wheelchairing with the safety car or?
We are talking.
Aaron, thank you for the follow and welcome. Yeah, I lost that position.
He will pit soon.
I don't care, it's costs all time.
Well, no, I was talking with the other car, but they didn't want to let you through. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Let us box even earlier then, because I'm just losing time behind here. Or is that not option?
We have to stick to the strat now.
Copy. Patel close to 2 seconds now. I'm trying to save fuel as much as I can now. Good hunt, thank you for the follow, welcome everyone, hope you enjoy the race, currently lap in P8, second stint. Hope you enjoy it, and if you enjoy it, do it like Good Hunt, follow up on the Twitch channel if you haven't done that already, and of course, if you're watching on YouTube, and not being a subscriber yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, make sure you get a notification for each video and each time we go live. And other than that, guys, enjoy the race. If you have any questions about setup and stuff, make sure to use exclamation mark commands and be told by the bot what commands and automated messages are available here on the channels. Other than that, I hope you guys enjoy this fight, enjoy this race. Philip Wojcik, thank you for the follow and welcome. Sorry Filipovic, that's this. My eyes betrayed me for a second. How much is this situation hurting our race?
It is, but there's not much we can do about it.
How is our pace looking in general?
It's okay, but
Yeah, relatively too
obviously
slow.
We are wasting our potential at the moment.
3 laps to go.
5?
No, 5. My bad.
Welcome, Bono.
Thank you.
Have I already said how much I hate it when GTEs think they are smart leaving their freaking racing line? Godzilla pit. Check their times, what they do. But I think they swap drivers and tires.
Okay.
And then Pinto will come back into the car later. Gianmarco Fiducci for Fortzilla is pending an open session. Is Pinto still in the car?
I believe so.
Well, according to Lifetime, yes.
Baldwin now behind on softs.
Yeah, looks like Pinto's triple stinting.
Defend.
Well, not too hard, but still be nice if you can just like, mess up his strategy a bit now.
We are looking. Well, should have gone defensive.
You're boxing end of next lap.
Mm-hmm. Same fuel, yeah?
Yep. Unless you have like 5 liters left, then just do the same.
No. But while wagoning, we nearly got a full fuel lap out of this. Grazie ragazzi! Thank you for the follow. Well, grazie for following. Not really the race I'd hoped for so far. "26 seconds. Okay, 8 seconds to Pinto this time. Option or prime for the next run?
Prime.
Copy.
Well, I will confirm what does it mean later. But yeah.
Ah well, just think about the old F1 days.
Yeah, yeah. Well, back then, Prime was hard time.
Yeah, but
Because there were only 2 components.
hard a very good tire today. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, okay, prime selected. And fuel, yeah.
Yep. Michi, you didn't change tires.
Nope.
Okay.
Was I supposed to? No.
It's all good.
Great. Now let's see whether I can make the pace we need.
The pace is good, Michi.
Is it?
Yep.
Copy. Sunset is no fun with them tires though.
Grant, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready, but when do I need to jump in?
Like in 10 laps. Well, like you're jumping in 10 laps, so be prepared. Like join earlier.
And it's gonna be a 23 lap stint, or?
Yes, 23.
David, you then gonna go to the end, yeah?
Probably. Yep.
I'm capping Pinto.
Yep. This is good.
I'm ahead of Smeedle.
Copy.
How hard to defend?
Just like with the Baldwin guy.
Copy. Well, I should be a sitting duck though.
Laps to pit stop.
8.
Please give me a heads up when I need to join.
We'll start joining in the next 2 minutes. At the Kerkhoff with a drive-through.
Okay. Also, the Panis car, they had like a really long pit stop now. Like some issues.
Looks like we're getting back our 8th sometime.
Can I already join?
Yes.
First I press spectate, right?
Right. good job.
Thank you. Five laps.
Yeah, I'm ready to jump in.
Awesome.
Are we soon gonna get eaten though?
This is already really good.
Bend, spectate when you can.
No copy.
Okay, pit stop ready. pack. Yeah, that was a bit doomed.
Are you okay?
I'm great. I just lost the position.
Oh, okay. No, no worries. It was, well, we've expected it, but you've done a great job there.
How many laps to box?
2. Smeedle isn't considerably fast right now, I think.
It's good new tires. You should be quick.
Maybe I wasn't particularly slow.
Yeah, the lap really good.
Okay, final lap.
Just to confirm, next stint, new medium tires, fuel target 3.25, right?
Yeah. Nah, Smeedle isn't quick.
I wonder why. Like it should be the quickest phase of his stint now. He's already got
Yeah, I know.
much fuel.
I mean, of course he's faster than me, but I'm wheelchairing in that car.
Yep.
So I have to go full throttle and then engage first gear again, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
as soon as possible.
You will see the car jump from first to neutral and then you take it by quickly shifting into first. Oof. Hello guys, I finally got time talking to you. And I'm just about getting the Twitch stream up. So let's see.
So yeah, Ben Fistel fresh from
Lagging again. Great. You know it's going to be fine. So we then listen to stream. We leave the server. Guys, not really happy, to be honest. The first laps were horrendously bad, and I brought us in a shit position.
We could name basically all of them. Tom Dillman as well, of course.
And this is all before we've even got to
I'll be right back.
Exactly.
Where each team will have two, I think it's two pro drivers.
I believe that's
and
the case.
That's just so we're getting an extra pro for each of the cars here. And
hey Terry, how you doing?
The bonus, the extra entries as well. Yeah. So can't wait.
It's going to be very, very good.
Bear with me.
Here we look at that RHG car. Let's just quickly talk. We haven't really talked about GTEs for a while, so we were so focused on that Nichi Hoyer battle.
Oh dear, they were so focused on my battle,
some GT cars. So Porsches, there is one just going through screen. They lead the way. Now it's about whether Kevin Siggy in the 71 BMW Team Redline has stayed 5 seconds back from the lead. That hasn't really changed for a while. As the number 8.
I have a blue flag. Is that correct? We need to let the guy by.
And fellow traffic in terms of progress
yes,
as well.
But let's not forget with the number 71 BMW Team Redline car.
Hey Antonio.
Yes,
hey Ollie.
It was their third
yeah, it is extremely dangerous and hard as well.
Front row start. They've always
he's much faster than yes
in the Le Mans Virtual Series. There, when they won,
so I'm quickly putting away a roll and everything, and
also to be fair, they were contending at the front. That
oh,
was a big crash. ARC Bratislava through the floor,
upside down.
What did
cut
I just
this
see?
down.
ARC Bratislava, who did not have a good start to the race, they were the first car to enter the barrier, exit stage left on that one.
Well,
bear with me real quick, guys. Bear with me. And then I'm taking a 2-minute break as well.
That does not
just
like a very
quickly go toilet and so on.
Another look at that.
Hopefully.
We
but it's not mandatory to let him by.
And it didn't look very good. Tomita was in the WRT.
Let me check.
Unsurprisingly. Shall we say, has unfortunately caught ARC Bratislava, an issue for them, and unfortunately it's going to see them out of the race. Real shame, of course it started badly for them as well, but let's call that a mechanical issue for ARC Bratislava, and it's going to put them out of the race. Well, we've of course got fantastic racing going on circuit. We are getting closer to the pit stop, so well, we have a minute
it was a fun battle at
least
in the end.
Let's go and hear from the man we heard from earlier, Fernando Alonso, who's been speaking with Martin Hay.
Delighted to be able to chat now on the show to Fernando Alonso, who is enjoying his second career in Formula One. Fernando, we know that it's not just F1. You've been interested in so many other different forms of motorsport, and that includes sim racing, of course. How important do you think that sim racing is to the new crop of race drivers, both in the real world and in the virtual world?
Well, I think esports and sim racing is probably the future. It's the most efficient way of become a driver, and probably with the level of sophistication and detail that we have in our days, we can prepare a race, or we can prepare a driver from go-karts to the single-seater formula in the best way using the simulators. So definitely the esports and sim racing has a bright future, and I think the possibilities are unlimited. Probably we cannot even imagine what we can achieve with that. So in the next 5-10 years, it's going to be a revolution.
Understandably, F1 is your main focus at the moment, and certainly from the outside, it looks as though you have thoroughly enjoyed being back at the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. How has it been for you?
I do enjoy. I'm enjoying this year back in Formula One. I did have some challenges away of Formula One in the last 2 years, but right now we are, I think, progressing as a team and making a better organization in every area of Alpine, and try to prepare a good 2022 season with the new regulations. High hopes for everyone, but also for Alpine, and yeah, let's see if we can fight for bigger things next year.
24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual returns again in January. On the grid, we have entries from Race Clutch Alpine. So is there a chance that we might see you in an Alpine again, as we did last year?
Yeah, I will try. I will try to compete again. The Le Mans 24 Hour was epic last year, and it's going to be even better this year. It's the greatest race on the sport calendar, and I will be again happy to participate. It requires some training, it requires some practice, and some help from the pro drivers, esports, and yeah, January is normally a period of the year that we don't have too many commitments, so the plan is to be again on the 24-hour virtual.
Okay, I guess we will have to wait and see
Ooh
what
la
Santa brings
la,
us
we
and
hear
what
Fernando
January
is
brings
on
us.
the
Until then,
24
Fernando
hours
Alonso,
of Le
thank
Mans.
you very
Grand!
much indeed.
That would be
Great to hear
amazing.
from Fernando Alonso there.
And all the time you want to have Alonso on the race.
Now, whilst we were hearing from Fernando, Lewis, we had a pit stop, one that's come slightly earlier than we expected.
Yeah, we've had 2 cars enter the pit lane, one of which was the WRT car. Not 100% sure what's happened to Tomita, but the really interesting one is what's happened to the number 91, Mitchell de Jong. Now, expectation was that they were going to be pitting around about lap 54, 55. They've pitted on lap 52. I know it's not much earlier, but it is still a good 3-4 laps earlier than we were expecting them into the pit lane. Also, it is a switch back from Mac Backham to Mitchell de Jong, which would suggest that Lauren Heinrich will potentially do the final 2 stints of the race to take them to the checkered flag a bit later on this afternoon. I'm interested as to why they're in this early, but maybe they're just going aggressive on the strategy. It was a reminder back to the race that we had, which was 4 hours long, which is roughly how long we're expecting this, at Monza. It was that car that won, and it was a 4-stop strategy that won that day. So they went a little bit earlier on the pit stops, maybe just that.
Well, you would expect they're going to have to stop twice more. We're not even halfway through the race yet, so. So I guess they're deploying, because as Martin said, we're not going to have safety cars and full course yellows, that they're just deploying a strategy earlier than, whilst before they hand over to some of the drivers later, maybe they're just, they're just, the esports guys are just going to, deploy this strategy now and tee it up for later on. Also in are both Project Ones and Axel Sport in GTE. They've also come in as well. So they weren't the only ones to go that early. We have seen some others go in at the same time as well. And they can see to the left of your screen, the Project Ones and the Axels making their way back out. Here's BMW Team GB, 4th in the championship. Very consistent so far this season. And yeah, at times it's been they've had a couple of trips over the grass, but they still lie in 7th. D Station were turned round very early into the race. A real shame, because they had their best qualifying. And down in 16th, it's just not gone how we expected it to for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't want to be super harsh. We know that D Station, whilst they're a quality team, the level of quality on the field is extremely high.
Well,
not just from pace.
They're inexperienced compared to the rest.
And that hurts consistency, right?
Yeah.
And consistency is so much at this level. Pace is one thing, but consistency is a whole different ball game, and that's not just practice, which brings you consistency. There's no substitute for seat time, and that counts for a race. And so it's just about them getting doing the races. We're seeing some pace coming out of D Station now. I mean, yesterday qualifying in 7th place.
Okay, guys, some
qualifying,
best
qualifying of their season. Now, we know this Aston Martin is not a particularly bad car. Of course, one of the joys of sim racing is that all of the teams can just go, oh, you know, I fancy trying that Aston Martin. I'll see how good it actually
Hello,
is.
Terry, how you?
Which
Oops.
actually doesn't help for BAP.
How you doing?
It just means that everyone's crying and moaning all the time. We won't go into that too much. The Aston Martin's a
Don't
good
mention
car.
those 3 letters.
A good, yeah, exactly. The Aston Martin's a decent car. Now, they're building on it bit by bit. Hopefully they can build on it even more, because this car could actually be genuinely very good at Le Mans. So
it was very good before, wasn't it? So, you know...
finished on the podium, last year.
Yeah, and it always does go very well in general at Le Mans. It's a quick car there. But yeah, it's like racing a load of robots, isn't it, in this championship? You know, everyone just seems to put the same time in over and over and over again for hours and hours. Now, it's getting busy, isn't it? Who else have we got coming in? So we've got Josh Rogers is in, Collins is in, Van Duren is in, Terzic is in as well. So the cars that have stayed out so far, BMW Team Redline again, they've gone longer on the strategy. Jordi Zviers has stayed out for FDA. Jack Keithley has stayed out for BMW Team GB. Nestor Garcia has stayed out in his Corvette as well. But basically, like we had before, all of the Porsches and the BS Plus competition car are in.
Which is interesting. This is what I was going to say before about the Redline car. Is you remember back to Spa when they won. They didn't lead a single lap until the final stint of the race. I think this is kind of testament to that. Is that they're playing the strategy game.
Other car is doing okay. It's like when you're fighting for the championship, P6 is not good, of course.
That you're in the pit lane for, of course, once you actually take into account moving time, etc., etc. You're probably more looking to losing around about 25 seconds. But then when you account the little stop, the splash of fuel, take that up to maybe 40 seconds. If you can save that fuel, if you can stop coming into the pit lane for that one extra time, that is saving you 40 seconds in a 4-hour race. Now, that is a huge margin beyond anything else. And that's why in this class, I would be pushing it as far as I can. I'd be trying to take it to bang on the hour, at least to minimise that fuel stop. We'll see if Siggy comes in. See, again, didn't come in. Remember how good this car was on fuel at Spa? It was absolutely brilliant. Neither does Jordi Zviers as well. This could work out brilliantly for these two.
Well, they've got to play to their strengths, haven't they? And that they did that brilliant. Redline did that brilliantly at Spa, and it won them the race. There's no other way of saying it. If they did the same stops as everyone else, they wouldn't have won the race. Jack Keithley has come in for BMW Team GB. We haven't talked about Yasseep for a while because they seem to have slotted back in on the same.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Mediums. Yeah. They're on mediums.
Because they after the last stop, their pace just went back to normal again. So let's see what they do, and then I wonder if each driver is doing a medium and a soft.
Yeah. I mean, maybe James Baldwin, who was the one who was on those softs, felt really, really confident that he could take advantage out of the softs. And I'd say, I mean, I wasn't expecting it, but I think James Baldwin did a very good job on the softs to maximise that by trying something different in strategy. And I'd say it's not left him in a bad spot. I mean, Josh Ladd running around in 5th spot, now returning to the strategy that others are on, and they're also challenging the #1 car. This is looking really, really good for the 49, which has showed flashes of potential. They've had a few instances, but they've had that potential. Unfortunately,
it's difficult to read-race. Like we're getting close to the point of halfway
retired
now,
within 9 laps of that race back in Monza. Spa, there was a crash for them at Eau Rouge and Radion. How many cars crashed at Eau Rouge and Radion that day?
Join the list.
And then Nürburgring,
not going too well. Overall,
now this is their chance. This is their moment to prove something else.
Bit of a shame.
Yeah, DNF 16th and 11th for them so far this season overall, and for those aforementioned reasons. This is BS Plus competition that we take a look at. They've been in. Still out there is Kevin Siggy, Jordi Zviers, and Nestor Garcia, and they've both just crossed the line again.
Yeah, they're going
so,
the distance.
they've gone at least 2 more laps now. I wonder if they can go any more.
Well, they're going to, this, if they can, well, they will complete this lap, you'd assume. I mean, let's be honest though, cars running out of fuel at Sebring. I know there'll be a few people at Chandler.
Well, I tell you what,
that I did that.
FDA are flying at the moment. They're half a second quicker. So they're just Jordi Sveers is giving it everything. He's been in the car since the start, hasn't he? So
I mean, he's a fantastic driver.
He's jumping out at the end of this. Yeah. This is his last contribution to this race.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this is it. He's got to give it everything. Just leave it all on the track now.
We're not seeing these drivers again.
Yeah, exactly. So these guys are getting ready to jump out. Then we wait to see who they're going to hand over to. FDA, is it going to be Nicholas Nielsen? Jordi and Nick Nielsen were not in the car last time out, but Kasper Stoltz was.
Yeah.
So 2.2. The gap is coming down even more here between FDA and BMW Team Redline. And this on track is for the lead in the GTE class. So we wait, of course, to see where De Jong and Juven, who's now taken over the 92 car, will filter out. But now it's 2 seconds. It's coming down with every single sector.
It's interesting that we've seen the.
I have no idea where people are on which strategy and so on.
It was handed over to Max Backham, then back to Mitchell de Jong, which I thought was interesting. I thought it was interesting he got out of the car. Then again, it is very early in the morning, or at least it was when this race started. Jordi Sveers, I think they'll probably put Nicholas Nielsen in and then save the final stint for Kasper Stoltz, who Stoltz has done the previous 3 rounds of this championship and is extremely quick. That's not me saying anything bad about Nielsen, who's plenty fast enough, but you throw your pro driver in to maybe lose a few seconds, lose a little bit of this, lose a little bit of that, and then for the final stint you throw it back in with your pro driver, your sim driver rather, and then you make the most of it.
Kevin Sigge stayed out again, so Jordi Sveers is in lap 57. He called it, and he did a purple second sector. This is the number 92, which has Juven now in the car, but Kevin Sigge, that's got to be 3 more laps more than the remaining cars, as that was Juven, by the way, going past Binder. We are now on board with Binder in the Simsa Ferrari. Juven has gone through in that factory Porsche, but Jordi Sveers has come in, and that will be his race now complete. Nestor Garcia for Red Bull has stayed out, so we have the red line staying out in the BMW, and we also have the Red Bull staying out in the Corvette. Now this is drivers coming out onto the track, and let's have a look what's going on here.
There is certainly some form of connection issue happening with that car.
Yeah, well, that's a problem for the seems to be some sort of connection issue there for the 87.
I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark. I'm actually going to say that that's not necessarily just connection. I'm going to say that is potentially a computer problem, the game running slow on their end. And the reason why I say that is because that will make them drive around a little bit slower. And you can kind of see it wasn't getting off the corners very well.
No.
It wasn't reacting as you'd normally expect. Now, with that, you've got to suggest that there's potentially a computer
So how are
issue
you guys doing though?
Now, as far as we're aware, I'm not sure if they still
well
are,
and great.
but they were racing from the Molyneux, so it could be one of the rigs at the Molyneux that is playing up, to be honest. We just have to wait and see. Back to the Azit car that's still not been able to make any progress, any inroads on getting past the number 1 that started this race in the hands of Kuba Brzezinski, of course now driven by Agustin Canapino.
Papa Goon, hello.
Josh Ladd at
I am okay, not particularly happy.
There seems to be a decent gap between these two.
Yep, Josh Ladd, we can see there in 5th place. Going very well. Agustin Canapino adjusting nicely into the prototypes, but this is a great opportunity here for Jas Heatless.
Yeah, it really is. They could gain a fair amount of points from this after not having a great start to the season. This time, 5th place at the moment, potentially somewhere inside the top 5, top 6. It's a great result for them. If they can keep it up, we're not halfway through the race. We're getting very much ahead of ourselves, which is always what I do.
But Siggy's still out there, isn't he? It's just great. Nicholas Nielsen has taken over the FDA Esports. Plenty still going on, but we must take a look back at what has just happened in the second hour. So then, it was Jas Heat who put on the soft tyres, with James Baldwin went aggressive on the strategy, and with that they started picking their way through up the order. That was when they got past the Alpha Industries by Collis car, and James Baldwin would take advantage of that. This was a little bit further back. Red Bull making their way up the order, just gaining on the Panis car there and the Alpine car as well.
Hey,
driving,
Jimmy.
from both Red Bull
How
cars
you
so
doing?
far in this race. That was the
Good
number
to
11
race
slotting
me.
into the top 10. Panis almost getting
who
wrong,
are
but
you? Who are
Horston
you?
did get it wrong.
Schmigar.
Got a little
Schmigar,
bit out of
Schmigar.
shape coming out of Sunset Bend.
Which car?
And that was him facing the wrong way round. Thankfully, he wouldn't fall into the path of any of the oncoming cars, but a bad race just gets even worse there. This was when FDA started to fight with the number 88 Proton, went down the inside here in towards turn number 3. Proton gave it everything.
I'm hungry though, guys.
But in the end, the FDA car would make that position. Those two have been at it, and FDA now lie in second. Did lie in second place. They've just handed over to Nicholas Nilsson as they've been trying to chase down the BMW team Redline car. So fighting for just outside the podium positions there. This is a BS Plus competition, and Team GB went at it again, and this time Team GB ended up going into the barriers. This a little bit further back was the real team Hydrogen car, getting very frustrated, unable to get by one of the cars ahead.
You working for school, yeah?
Well,
doing homework?
Martin is back after a bit of a break. Martin, I'll hand it back to yourself and Lewis for the next hour, where it's about to get very, very interesting.
Lap 67, exactly the halfway mark in the 500 miles, so 250 miles down, 250 still to go. That sounds like a Proclaimer song, doesn't it? And the leader, Erhan Yoyovsky, pits. The number 22 car pitted last time round while we were watching those highlights. Great indication for those of you who may just be joining us of what a good race it's been so far. I've just spent the last hour sitting next to the gallery. There are more oohs, ahs, laughs, and oh, did you see that's coming out of the TV gallery? And I've heard it in a very long while. Lewis, it's been a very busy race and all sorts of really interesting strategy calls, short fuel stops, fresh tyres getting thrown in. So it's maybe a little harder to read than it might otherwise normally be.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we expected from shorter races.
Sharon,
kind of
we're going to drive from home.
Races, you've got a longer
as far as I heard,
how things
that
are going to unfold and pick it apart.
LMVS series sent the mail out that
absolutely
it's going
crazy.
to be everyone
this is,
from home.
No exception. We're seeing that once again, typically how it was in.
Is my audio
all
right
mad
though?
And everything's flying off the wall. It's going crazy.
It's
a bit good fun though, isn't it?
It is good fun, and actually, as you say, yeah. Particularly now we're getting a week from Christmas, we don't want to wait too long for our delectations, and that's exactly what's happening here. It all plays over a much shorter time scale. Of course, this is diametric opposite to what we're going to have in our next race, the season finale, the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual, but fantastic action going at the moment. Agustin Canapino is our race leader, the #1 Rebellion GPX Esports Williams. And
audio
David Pittard is their pro driver
we are
this
happy
weekend. Williams Esports
with the audio.
in second place. That car second at the halfway mark.
So
again,
guys,
so
halfway point in the race.
You can see there's
we are
5
struggling
cars
a bit
currently in the pits, and another 5 have just come out of the pits. In
pace
LMP,
overall, I assume.
And we are not too far away from pit stops in GT either.
Yeah,
Rita
the second
Van Buren
stint screwed over our strategy
in the
pretty
BMW
much.
Team Redline
Strategy was risky, and the risk actually just.
And Nesta Garcia,
yeah.
the other Red Bull car in their Corvette, he's also just
into our way.
To catch up with other things that have happened, Jota had a technical issue, rejoined eventually with the driver that was in the car as the leader comes in, and are continuing. What happened to ARC Bratislava? Mato Homola is at the wheel and the car is again lapping, but that seemed to have another technical issue.
An otherworldly issue,
it was a bit,
say.
yeah. When duck diving, yeah, heading for Australia by the less scenic route. So they are stuck at the tail of the field. GR Wolves, we think the 87, yeah, definitely has an issue with processor power, perhaps as much as anything else. Play a little slow at Molineux today, as in as in Adelaide, sadly. We'll go into that a little later. So the leaders have pitted, which leaves R8G in front. And do they still owe us a stop? Let me see the... Well, actually, it's hard to tell on the pit stop counts because everybody's out of sync. They have stopped 3 times. GPX Rebellion in second have also stopped 3 times. The sort of outliers, Team Redline, 4 stops for them. And this is their 4th, they've just come out. So, and Fordzilla. Now, Fordzilla were the team that are on a sort of half stint ahead or behind, however way you approach it, of everybody else, because they did a half stint right at the beginning. And in the last sequence, we saw Yas Heat definitely on fresh tyres compared to everybody else. What else? What happened to 444? What went wrong for them? Because they were in 3rd place and suddenly they're down in 16th.
So the 444 car, that was a triple stint at the start of the race on the mediums, running shorter stints, exactly what actually Nuno Pinto did in the Fordzilla car, running shorter stints, basically trying to get them to a further point in the race and trying something different on strategy, going a bit aggressive, keeping out of the drama. It was an excellent stint from Michi Hoyer, but it did mean that by this point they've already pitted more than everyone else. Same with the Fordzilla car. Now the thing is, with a car like that, they're flying under the radar now. No one kind of is paying attention to them. Now, that's a big deal because it could come in the final moments of the race. Bam, I know we spoke about it a little bit, but if you look at those 2 Redline cars at Spa, the 123 and the 71, when they both won in their respective classes, the reason they won is because they did something different on strategy and they were flying under the radar until that final moment, and then everyone was like, oh, hang on, 10 laps to go, they're going to win.
They don't have to stop, and they've still got fresher tyres, and so using all the
Sharon, wrong strategy,
120 minutes basically in one big hit clawed them up. And do you think they felt that was slightly forced on them because they weren't in the top 3 or 4 in qualifying, or do you think that was just a great way of going about this race?
I think you're absolutely right in the first bit. I think that, you know, their qualifying position.
Yeah, the thing is, the strategy is not necessarily wrong, but it's not particularly quick at the moment, which is the issue. Well,
it's not an easy track.
I mean, we got ourselves into track position ahead.
A little bit different. If you
then I did the Checo Perez drive on
going to run
the real team hydrogen car, but
you're going to run a more predictable strategy.
Effectively,
speaking of which, we've got here the Fordzilla car getting down the inside of the
we're a bit down.
18.
Well, we're a bit doomed now as we have to do the extra stop.
Season thus far, but that's Rougier dropping a position to Gianmarco Fiducci, which with Josh Ladd being in the pit lane for Yas Heat puts Fiducci up.
But that may not be a big issue at all.
Josh Ladd, if he comes back out now in his second stint, that will be fresh tyres again.
So usually people grab popcorn, Papamichi grabs
he's got to use that fresh
crisps or chips or however you want to call them.
Really
I'm so hungry, I want to snack.
Unlike the real world, again, there is no limit on the number of tyres you can have because it's not cost capped.
Yeah. Yeah, you do whatever you want.
They don't cost a thing.
Although I do like racing in some other, some other ways. You can't do it in rFactor 2 as far as I'm aware at the moment. There are some other here we go, Studio 307, listen out. It is having tyre limitations. I love the idea of having the limitation and forcing you to, through practice, through qualifying, through the race, to use your tyres wisely.
Well,
not
yeah,
just
Sharon,
go,
I agree
I've
that
crashed. Let me hit the reset button and off we go again.
Well, I kind of do.
And could set
on the other hand,
back a lot, but
having the freedom to throw fresh tyres at the car allows you latitude to do different things as a strategy. And so you don't just get a long queue of cars following each other until the pit stops and you hope that you find a couple of tenths on the in-lap and a couple of tenths on the out-lap.
Yep, Sharon,
people exactly
but
as we're
after your job is done
12,
and when you're a bit pissed about yourself,
in the
you
top
need
3, the way that it all backs up at the end. But yeah, I can see both sides. What I'm liking at the moment about today's race is that there are a lot of different rolls of the dice going on, and we're not going to know until the final 10 or 15 minutes who actually gambled correctly and then made use of it.
Just going to say, that was
Hungarian,
watching Yuri Toman's face.
Chips, yeah.
I didn't expect we were watching the battle for the lead there. But Yuri Toman, the calmest move that I've ever seen for the lead of a race. Just straight down the inside, no problem. Of course, Yuri Toman recently joining the R8G camp alongside Marcel Cinchik, making that move down the inside, getting past Gordy Much. And that is actually for the lead of the prototype category. Whether it will be in 63 laps time, we'll have to wait and see. Looking backwards from Proton competition towards BMW Team GB. The battle there for 6th position, I believe, in class as the 55 is applying the pressure.
Well, not much has changed in the top half dozen other than the actual positions where the cars are. It's still the same 6 cars, still the 2 Porsche esports teams, FDA, BMW Team Redline and the 2 Proton cars. Team GB and BS Plus competition have just been outside the top half dozen. We're looking here from the Team GB car. Behind him, Bruno Spengler in the BS Plus competition car. He's in 8th place. And what's the gap? Well, the screen is refreshing, so I haven't quite got the gap there. But yeah, it's still, those BMWs don't quite seem to have the handle on the pace that the Team Redline car has. And again, you know, you look at,
the problem
we
for
talked
us
about
now,
this with BOP.
we were
You
currently
BOP the
sitting
car,
P-
not what a
8.
particular team can do with it, and then that allows the best setup, the best driven car to actually come to the fore.
Yeah, it's why always
Yeah,
as a
we
driver,
need to-
I always
we need
prefer
to
driving
somehow
in the
get
prototype
ourselves into
category,
clean
because
air.
you just have the one, at least
Just
in SG, you
jumping-
just have the one to
jumping
deal
the
with.
Alessandro
one of the teams in the prototype category, by the
into
way, we were
P6.
catching up with just
Would
before
also
the
actually mean
race. Team
jumping-
Fordzilla
well, we need
did
to
get an interview
jump
with
back into
Gianmarco
P4
Verducci.
somehow,
Speaking of which,
actually.
they're going side by
And
side
then
with Redline
hopefully
into turn
we
1.
can
So
pull a
perfect
gap
time as Redline just
get
trying to
our
hang on
strategy
their
back in
position.
business.
Gianmarco Verducci's behind the wheel. Catching up with him before the round. Let's listen to what Crystal had to ask him.
I am joined by Gianmarco Fiducci, who's a sim racer for Fordzilla and has been doing so for 1 year. Welcome. How are you doing today, Gianmarco?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. What do you enjoy most about sim racing?
Well, it's a tough question, but I would say the racing itself, you know, the being a driver, even if it's just virtual, you feel like you are a driver. And being born during, for example, Schumacher's era, I've always wanted to be a racing driver. So the thing that I love the most about sim racing is that it just connects, you know, my dream with my actual, you know, capabilities and what I can do. And it's great because I feel like a racing driver, even if it's just a virtual one. But all the, you know, what around the sim racing world, the competitions, the teams, it's mega, and it's always you know, increasing and improving. So it's great, and it's great to be part of this world. And I think that I share this you know, this idea with many of the drivers. We all knew that we wanted to do to be racing drivers, but of course, for some reasons or other reasons, we couldn't afford that. And this is what makes us, you know, living the dream, even if it's just virtual.
Okay, so you mentioned Schumacher. Who specifically inspired you to get into sim racing?
Okay, let's say that into sim racing, I think that into racing in general, my father, because he has the same passion, and into sim racing, I think Formula One in general. So playing Formula One games build it up, you know, this passion also for video games, and then it just went over the limit, I would say, because I play everything. But let's say that Formula One in general, of course, brought me into sim racing.
And what gives you the edge over other drivers in esports?
Well, I think that having an edge over someone else in this world is very, very difficult, because we're talking about top competitors and top drivers. I think that where I can't, you know, where I'm just behind them, maybe talent-wise, I always try to get, you know, that little edge over practice. So I may practice more than them, so I can just be at the same level or even above in some cases. And I think that I try to do that, because I know that I'm maybe not as fast as some of the drivers in this championship, for example, but I can try to limit that by practicing more, like Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, for example.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Gianmarco. Really appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Don't know how good Messi or Ronaldo are behind the wheel of a sim, but Gianmarco's doing well. Little change going on here. You're looking at Bruno Spengler chasing down the Proton Competition Porsche, or you were, of Luke Hartog. Hartog's just lost a spot to Team GB BMW, which is now up to 6th, having said that the Proton cars have been in the top 6 from the start of the race. That is now changing. And again, catching up with one of our outliers, Fordzilla. These guys did go with that very different strategy from the start, and Gianmarco Fiducci chasing Atse Kirchhoff in the Team Redline 1-2-3 car. This is the battle for 9th place, so our final 2 points paying positions, and he has actually been closing for several laps and now right behind the Redline car.
I mean, Fiducci's still in the essentially the early days of his sim racing career. He's not the youngest person on the grid, that's for sure. But when it comes to sim racing experience, he only really started racing a couple of years ago. Elsewhere in sim racing, has done very, very well in the Keeper Sim Racing Series this year. He's runner-up in that championship with multiple race wins, battling for the championship down to the final round of the season. Only moved over into rFactor 2 realistically a few months ago, as he squeezed off the track there a little bit by the AF Corsa car in the GTE category. But Fiducci, he's a really, really talented driver. I think this might be, can't confirm, but I think this might be the last time we see him in this season of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Of course, did round 1, then was replaced by Pablo Lopez Pedin, who I believe is the driver who's supposed to be in this car alongside Nuno Pinto, and then their 2 pro drivers for Le Mans Virtual. But either way, I think as a driver, jumping into rFactor 2 still in the early days, I think he's done a remarkable job, especially considering some of the names he's battling with, like Atse Kirchhoff.
And people might be going, okay, well, you know, does it really matter that he's not driven rFactor 2 that much before, that he's only done a little bit? It sort of does, because there's that intimacy of feel, that the feel rather than the having to think about what you're doing. If you think about going from a PlayStation to an Xbox or the other way around, the basic stuff, all the buttons are in the wrong position. You have to reconfigure everything, or sometimes, even if you're playing the same game, you can't squat using the same button, or you can't duck, you know. It's all those things that in the heat of battle, when you're here, you know, there's 6 cars using the space for 1. Those are the things that you can't think about. They just have to happen automatically. So it does make a big difference, the same as it does change into any different car in any different real-world category.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like Fiducci's normally driving elsewhere on Race Room, where he's driving front-wheel drives and maybe some GTs. Now the thing is on there, the way the tyres react to the road surface, the way they wear and stuff, is very, very different to how they wear on rFactor 2 or on iRacing or on Assetto Corsa Competizione. You know, it's different across all of them, and learning the ins and outs of each of them is actually, it's so much harder. It's not as simple as, oh, you're fast on this one, so you're going to be fast on that one. Maybe over a lap, fair enough. But when it comes to race distance, when it comes to the really important meaty stuff away from leaderboards and stuff, that's where things become a bit more cloudy. And that's where genuinely there is only a very select few drivers that I've seen battle across multiple simulators and do very, very well across all of them.
At the
Josh
same
Rogers,
time.
Siggy, These are the only, Bonner House has been one of those as well, maybe less so. Rudy Van Buren's gone over a little bit. But really, for me, if you look at Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy, and those 2 in particular, those 2 are so good. They've battled across all 4 of the major simulators, and they've battled at the front of all 4 of them. And that's so hard to do.
And you have to be able to dedicate every waking hour to doing it. Fordzilla in the pits. Okay, so this begins their next round of pit stops, not necessarily anybody else's. Again, if you weren't with us at the start, what on earth were you thinking of? But Fordzilla decided that we expect this to be a 5 and a bit stop race, so sort of 6 stints but not 6 full stints, and they took their not full stint early on to get themselves out early of the bulk of LMP traffic, to give themselves a little bit more of a run, and just to try something different, so they're not constantly butting heads with cars that are at the same speed. And that's why they are now in the pits, having another stop, as we watch the battle between the BMW of Rudy Van Buren and Anchan Juven. He's Chen up the inside, looking to go inside, outside. Another of the Coanda team drivers races in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in real life and is ultra competitive both in the real and the virtual. Mitchell de Jong leading in the 91 car, and a pass, and just outbraked himself a fraction there. Anchan, we'd love to see him in a Porsche GT team in the real world, but I think if he does do more endurance racing, it will probably be with the likes of maybe Dempsey Proton, WeatherTech or somebody like that. He'll be loaned out as a gun for hire by the Porsche factory team. May well end up, I don't know, who knows what the plans for him next year are, but as a Porsche Junior driver this year, he was hoping to win the Super Cup, didn't, but he may well end up doing something like the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series in 2022.
Yeah, superb driver. I would say the 92 in this scenario could do a really big favour to the 91, because of course the 71 and the 91, BMW team Redline and the 71, the 91 being the other Porsche eSport team car, they are battling for the championship. They're quite close, 5 points separates them. But going into Le Mans, you want that to be as close as possible, or, you know, in your sense, as far away as possible, as the Race Clutch, Alpine and the Yas Heat come down the inside. I think Yas Heat might well make a move just in the foreground there, potentially trying to get past the number 15 that is running around in 11th position with Berkler behind the wheel. Josh Ladd driving the Yas Heat car, now refocused on that. It's just action constantly here at Sebring. I know that some people typically say with Sebring, those that hadn't seen a race around here, you might go, is it that good of a racetrack? Is it that good of a racetrack? It's, I've always said, like in single category, when, you know, touring cars or whatever, it's probably not that good. But in multi-class racing, oh my, well, there aren't many better.
Maybe it depends on the single category. I can actually imagine that a TCR race here might be pretty good. Pretty good. On, pretty fast. I mean, one of the classic great racetracks aren't classic racetracks because they've been around forever. Their layout tells you that they've been around forever. The fact that people have been coming back to Sebring.
Let's see, we're currently sitting in P7 with a triple 4, P5 with
shows
a
that
single
it's got
4.
something going for it, not just a good promoter.
Yeah.
But it offers so many overtaking opportunities, and that's one of the great things about a great racetrack, is that it's not just follow a leader until the pit stops, which is very much the modern idiom.
No, it's down to Papa David's
racing, in proper real world
slaying the dragon
like Sebring, or
and
like
get ahead
there are
with the
multiple
undercut
opportunities per lap to pass somebody,
of the Alessandro,
and that's what you need in a race. That's
and if we can manage that, then we need to stay there and run and get the guys.
You can get him in the final corner, in the first corner, turn 3, down at the hairpin. You can get him into turn 10, into tower turn. You know, there's lots of opportunities. So it's not just, okay, well you've blown it now. You didn't get past him up the Kemmel straight into Les Combes, so you've got to wait another lap. You don't have to. I mean, and Spa is another classic example. You don't. You know, there's 4 or 5 decent overtaking opportunities, and that's what makes for good racing.
Yeah, and you know, for it being like a great multi-class track, is that there's not too many places on this circuit where you actually have to wait too long. There's always an opportunity to get through. I mean, I brought up the example before about Silverstone with Maggots, Beckers and Chapel. If you're in multi-class, yes, you can start making some moves.
So
in the middle
guys,
of it,
still thank you for hanging around. I know it's not
you're better off waiting
the
for
most
that
intense
section
racing
before you can get through and go. Whereas here, there genuinely isn't
experience
a place where you actually
overall,
have to wait for too long. Even coming up to here into Cunningham, once we've departed
enjoy the
here
watch
at
party,
8 or
listening
10,
to the stream,
and
and
having
having a random talk.
Actually, you can find your way through.
We do have the chance to
you don't
sit
have
around.
to wait as much, and that's what makes this such a good multi-class track, especially for some drivers that are getting used to multi-class racing for the first time. It's a really good first
very much
example
possible
because it has
right
the
now
difficulty without
my
going
duty is
too
done
overboard.
for the day.
It's got, you know, the way that you approach it, the speed differential is not crazy. It's actually a nice first test before we head to somewhere like the Circuit de la Sarthe.
And, you know, you got big long straights as well, so you can't get your head around.
We're obviously just
what
looking
your pluses and minuses
for where
are
and how we can.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
and
come back
you know,
and
argue
get
definitely
the.
that it's far better, perhaps, from
get the
multi-class
strategy
racing
working and paying off.
The Nürburgring, even the Grand Prix circuit, the Nürburgring, because
really
there are more overtaking opportunities. And again, as I touched on right at the beginning,
checking
because
a
this
few
was
things.
built to
That's why I'm so silent
big
right now. Actually,
World War II bombers, which were
some,
wayward and B needed
besides
a lot of room to get up and
snacking
down.
some chips.
It's wide. I mean, look at the width of the track in most places.
Yeah.
It's as wide as any modern Grand Prix circuit, and you know, twice as punishing on the cars. So it does give you a great opportunity. There's, as you said, there's almost nowhere you can't get past traffic. Having said that, in this battle, it's like somebody turned off the cameras for GTE cars because they've been at it hammer and tongs for what, 4 laps, 5 laps now, not one single piece of traffic in the way.
And finally, Josh Ladd's got through on Berkler as well.
Yeah.
It took him a while to do so, but thankfully he's done it just before they hit the meat of the traffic. We'll say one thing about one of our teams, by the way. Our race leader in the prototype category, Yuri Toman for GPX Rebellion Williams. Since getting past Gordy Much has pulled out a 12
you're looking good at the time
to Gordy Much, and Gordy Much is actually coming under a fair amount of pressure from the number 70 Real Team Hydrogen Real Red Line car. As there we go, a bit of traffic getting in the way of Josh Ladd.
How would call this scenery?
I think that I'm not saying the battle for the lead's done because the 22 is running away, but they are looking for their first victory of the season and to drag them right into championship contention. But the number 8 is concerning me. They're coming under a lot of pressure from the number 70.
It's a tight one.
Absolutely right.
Very,
and the
very
gap
tight
is down under 2 seconds and is continuing to drop.
Geeks Energy has become a member, an EMOGXS member here on the YouTube channel. Much appreciating the membership there, buddy.
For R8G in second place, as you can see.
We're going to have a call
back, but the gap now down to 1.6. And Real Team actually have really
next week, that's for
had
sure.
a pretty decent hour 2
Smith
and
we're
into
the
hour
number
3
triple
already.
four,
So, yeah.
Race clutch
you know,
Alpine.
Battling with the 444 car for a top 3 spot an hour ago.
Oh, potentially it is the leader because you're
that top 3, whereas 444, as you can see, down in 13th place. Their plan has not quite brought them back to where they need to be. Of course, they've got another 2.5 hours still to go, so plenty of time.
A lot of our top runners here in this race at the moment are in a really interesting position where, you know, we spoke before time and time again about how the number 70 needs to respond after a pretty poor Spa round where they got as far as Blanchimont a few laps into the race and then retired from it. Jeffrey Rietveld behind the wheel of that car at that point.
Awesome,
they need to respond
Antonio.
They're
looking
doing
forward.
So now. They only had 19th at the Nürburgring. Of course, they won at Monza to start the season. The number 8 car, though, that's not had a particularly brilliant season so far. They were doing fantastically at Monza. Gordy Much behind the wheel had an incident departing the Rogier chicane and then got taken, involved in a crash with Axel and Jota.
I absolutely
and so they
agree.
lost out there, only 12th on that day, 4th and 5th. They've not got a podium this season
so
far, which is amazing.
Actually,
with that lineup, our race leaders, the number 22.
So we got clean air now.
They've only had 1 podium in the first round of the season. They didn't do very well last round, only 8th place at Nürburgring. What I'm saying is the top 3, top 4 teams, they've not taken too much from this season. And now that we're heading into our finale, they're throwing themselves genuinely back into full-on championship contention.
And yeah, our points leaders, Atje Kirchhoff in 8th place in 1, 2, 3. Again, we've still got a lot to be sorted out, how the final pit stops work, who's taking tyres, who isn't. Anybody who's double stinting their tyres, do you think now is going, yeah, that was a mistake? If you double stinted at the beginning and didn't go fresh tyres, I mean, you lose track position by spending that extra time in the pit lane. But we've seen from the cars that were sort of on a different strategy that did take fresh tyres, what an advantage it gives you on an old tired car.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure as to what the right strategy is. I think we'll find out.
I don't think anybody is. Yeah.
Final part of
At the checkered flag, we'll know what worked best.
Even teams that are sat there, even if they're on older tyres, they'll be sat there, they'll be frustrated, they'll be thinking, oh God, it's just not working, it's just not working. But the thing is, as we all know with endurance racing, is that the strategy doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and then suddenly it just clicks.
Yep.
It just everything falls into place for that final moment, and it's why in this style of racing, there's only one strategy that you need to focus on, and that's your own. Don't try and work out what everyone else's strategy is. Don't try and do someone else's strategy yourself. Just focus on your own, focus on what you're doing and what you think the fastest strategy is, and then it will come together.
Actually, I've bought a new
as
PC
you
as well.
Towards the end of the race, and say that's what happened with Red Line back in Spa.
Same for everyone.
And it's what happens time and time again. It's what happened last year, even with the Le Mans Virtual with the number 1 car on our grid, the Rebellion Williams car that year. It just clicks at the end of the race, and then suddenly it's like, oh, hang on, they're going to win.
Yeah, where have they come from? Almost. Nick Hillebrand for Team Project One, the yellow and black Team Project One car. The other one, of course, with the pale blue highlights. You just saw him ahead of the Simsa Sport car. Andreas Schmich not quite able to get to him. Meanwhile, FDA versus Team GB. Stefanko all over Nielsen. This is
I've
Niklas
handed
Nielsen.
over in 4th place, yeah, but we're off
WEC
sync with the strategy.
and
We're on
European
something
Le Mans
completely
Series
different.
champion. There he is. That's a proper
Papakun,
pro
I have
driver.
asked my PC manufacturer
quite a lot of the field
to just put it all together. I have the list of
GTE
parts
now
available
have
and will be
pro
revealed
race
in
drivers
Mitch's
in.
Esports Diaries.
Rather than
that
sim
is
races,
being
but
produced
sim races
tonight
are definitely
and
the
probably being
majority in the top
published
order.
tomorrow. Besides, well, being published tomorrow besides some testing stream. Oh, Papakun, that gets me to the point. We need the Le Mans, the McLaren Senna GTR semi-final at Spa-Francorchamps.
He can keep him at bay and hand over the car to Kasper Stolzer, still in 5th place.
That is something
I'm
on
not
the
going to
list,
say it's a guarantee, but you've got to say with a team, Kasper Stolzer being the driver that he is, you've kind of got to say they're likely to finish in the top 5 from that spot. They were really, really happy with qualifying, by the way. They were super, super impressed with where there goes Martin Stefanko looking to the inside at Sunset. Might well work out towards the exit of the corner. But the Ferrari's hanging on for now.
Yeah, it is. Watch Nick Nielsen's hands, not too busy, not too much snap oversteer over the bumps. I mean, it's unavoidable here. The transmission gets so much shunt over the bumps as the rear tyres skip from grip to no grip, spinning up, grip, no grip, bounce, bounce, bounce. Never mind what the dampers get. Nick Nielsen now with Stepanko going the long way around the outside. Right behind him is the Team GB.
What a send on turn 2!
No, it's B&S competition car. No, it's the Proton Porsche right in there as well. So this is a 3-car battle. Stepanko up to 5th, Nielsen in 6th, and it's Luke Hartog behind him in 7th place. So that's the view we've got on board.
What a send!
I think that's the Tesla R8G car actually on the rear end. The Loic Hartog's just a little bit further back.
So that's not for position.
Oh, and they've spun around. No, they've spun around the 51 right in front of the field. Be careful, Niklas Nielsen.
Now,
I don't know if that was
spin
contact
or was he touched from behind? He
could be either.
Pretty much under control. He's just gone behind the B&S competition car.
That's a real shame.
Can we have a replay, please?
I know what I said yesterday, but I think that might actually be the commentator's curse. I was just picking him up a little bit there, but Niklas Nielsen now have to defend a little bit from a bit of lap traffic that's coming at him from left, right and centre. That kind of thing can be a solo issue. You know, if you've touched the grass just a little bit with your rear wheel, it can pitch you around completely. It did feel like it was a bit more assisted. Thankfully, though, you can see there the wheel.
Smith has. I'm not going to say what we've done exactly, but we've done something different than the
well, usually when you get shunted up the backside, it doesn't damage the steering.
Just need to
it takes the floor off the back, and you might lose a little bit. Right
behind
them is the Duval Neuendorf battle. GR Wolves and Team Project One. That is for 15th place. So he hasn't dropped down that far. He's 8th. He is actually a lap ahead of them. Let's take a look again. Is there contact from behind?
No, he was losing it. I think he was losing it. I'd need to see from on board of the 55 there, but I actually think he was losing it himself.
Yeah, could be. The BMW Team GB car lost ground as well. And we'll try and get that on-board picture of Martin Stepanko.
Battle for second, though. As the number 8 is going to defend from the 70. Of course, Gordy Much behind that number 8 R8G car. The number 70 being driven by Mikael Smedel, Real Team Hydrogen Red Line, the race winners of Monza. They came out fairly late to take victory of that race. In fact, it was the 8 car that's ahead of them, with Gordy Much behind the wheel, that was leading in the early stages of that race. Let's see once again then if there's going to be a move down into Sunset. I think the answer to that's no.
So on board with the BMW, Martin Stepanko.
No contact straight away. Boom.
Yep.
Fair enough. I'll rescind my statement. Stefanko fully at fault.
I mean, it was hard to tell from the little view that we got of the cars coming off the corner, but the onboard there, I'm afraid, Stepanko is bang to rights.
He's calling him Stepanko. It's quite funny.
Real Team having a very good run here, aren't they? And actually, Real Team in the real world this year particularly have really started motoring in their progress to get a handle on their LMP2 cars and to really push on hard. And now definitely this car is quicker than the R8G car. The question is, can he make the most of it?
Well, I think, by the way, just to go back to that incident, I think Martin Stefanko is going to be, potentially based on that, the recipient of a penalty fairly swiftly from race control. That one seemed like very much a slam dunk. From my end. Race control have not been super busy this race, as far as I can see, at least on the Discord that the series running, running with communications with all the drivers. Race control haven't had too much to do. And to be fair, from the racing that we've seen, I don't think there has been too much to look at. We've had some very good racing.
We've had some excellent racing, and again, you know, we talked about the ability to pass other cars here and the width of the track, which allows a lot of side-by-side racing. I think you see more side-by-side racing here in 4 hours in Sebring than you would do in an 8 hours at somewhere like Monza or Silverstone or Le Mans.
Yep, they are.
There's just a lot of places where you can run wheel to wheel with people, despite the horrible
89,
bumps.
thank you for the follow on Twitch.
And it allows drivers to survive as well. It allows you to get close, to have a go, to try a move, and to be able to defend it. You know, it doesn't have to be, you've got to get by this corner or not at all. Moves, as we've seen, will go on for several turns, if not several laps.
Alert box.
The Red Bull coming straight down the inside to make this 3 wide. This is a bit awkward because Niklas Nielsen's got one car he's not battling with, 2 cars he's not battling with.
Follow up
just
or
trying
subscribe
to,
to the
and
YouTube channel so we can
get
the alert box
quite a
out
lot
there.
of damage on that car now on the front end. So I think
that's a
there
shame.
Further contact.
Geeks Energy has become a member. So
you can see that. You can just see how it's
a subscriber on Twitch,
the only damage
on
that
the
we really
YouTube
get is
channel.
more of a texture over the top of the livery. But
and that wasn't played as an alert box since I had it turned off.
And I don't think.
Can someone please follow on Twitch or
which says to me
subscribe to the YouTube channel so that I can see whether the alert box is working?
Well, he's now
that
been
would be
passed
so great,
by that
guys.
Team Project 1 car,
I mean,
which
if you
was
haven't followed
behind
up
him
and
and is a
subscribed
lap
yet,
down.
you should do anyway, isn't it?
So
would be
Niklas
amazing.
Nielsen struggling in the FDA eSports team
side by side for ages now.
And he's getting bounced around from pillar to post as well.
Surely the 56. I mean, I know, you know, blue flags and stuff don't really mean as much in endurance racing. It's more of a warning. But when you're in the same class, you've got to kind of. I mean, Niklas Nielsen's been sent around. You can't just force your way past him and then just hold him up and stuff. This is getting a little bit dicey.
But the problem is that the Project 1 and Wolves cars right behind are battling for position, and we don't know what their strategy is to the remainder of the race, and whether they're battling for 15th or 1st, they are still absolutely entitled to race as hard as they can. And if Nielsen's Ferrari is slow, and it is slow, it's now down to 9th place, then actually he should be getting the blue flag rather than them. So I think, I'm afraid, they are perfectly entitled to make a pass, and he is slipping down out of the points. And the question is, what do they do now? Do they pit now and stop the car losing time? How low are they going to drop
Andre,
if they continue
if you
all the way
haven't
through
been subscribed just yet, let me see if there is a message.
You know, whether
no, there is no new message on the system anyway.
Is entirely a moot point because the Ferrari
Goes
is
to
clearly
6.
struggling.
That
should be a long
is
way ahead of both these
indeed
cars. It is a
what
long
it
way
is,
ahead of
and
both
also
these cars,
Geeks
but
Energy.
They are unlapping themselves.
Thank you for the
from
follows
it,
on
which
Twitch.
Is a very bad sign.
Great stuff.
Car.
So
the good news for them is that next
it
car,
is
the 10th
working.
place car,
All
the
I
actual
need now
sports
is a new gift.
Further back.
Dear Papa Kuhn.
I'm sorry, the 10th
we need to think about
really
something there.
Yeah, no, I know.
Well done.
But is lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker. In fact, Nielsen's last lap, which was a clean lap, 2 minutes 3.6.
Yeah.
That's not the lap on which he got spun around. They can't sustain that damage any longer.
And the thing is, they're about 15 minutes away, so about 8 laps, 7 laps away from the pit stop. Whether they come in early and try and repair some of that damage.
I think so, because at the moment they're losing 2 seconds a lap. So that's 15 seconds they're losing before the next pit stop, and the time that they will then have to spend to repair the damage, which by that stage might actually have increased because they might have got hit again. So I think it's a little bit like any other kind of penalty. The sooner you serve it, the more time you have, change for the lead, change for second, the more time you have to undo the damage. So Schmiedl up to second there, got the run on Gordy Much on the inside of Sunset Bend, made it look as though he hadn't been sitting behind Gordy Much for a dozen laps, and just arrived and drove past. Great move by Michael Schmiedl, got a great run out of Le Mans, down the back straight and into Sunset. So he goes up to second place. But look at the gap now. It was, when we talked about it last, 13 seconds. It's now a further 7 seconds wider behind the GPX Rebellion car.
We'll just say one thing on Nicolas Nielsen. The last lap just complete. Obviously, just went across the line there. It's a 2:01.8, which is still slower, but it's. I think he's maybe figuring out the damage. Back to the battle though for the lead. Like I say, 20 seconds. Gordy Much, no disrespect to him, of course. Fantastic driver in the real world. And
are you out tonight?
Picked up by RHG earlier
if
on.
you're not out tonight,
this year, but has done.
We try to fix again. Like we need a little bit reformatting so that it is more square.
The racing line.
You know, some of the GIFs have like a pretty like.
From Gordy Much, but Schmiedl just couldn't get
through.
If you finally does.
I don't know. If you have like such a thing.
And
then it's just plain down here, so we need to crop this part
he has
at
to
the
be
top.
closing that down, basically
and
half
then
a
we're
second
going to have a look
if
I find a way to get
doing some very special magic
done as a
on
gift.
the strategy.
Yes,
or generally
they've got
a small file.
few laps in hand on fuel or something like that. So,
but they both pitted on the last time that GPX Rebellion Williams and Real Team Hydrogen entered the pit lane. It was the same lap.
So there's not that.
Eek.
Now then, talking about which, however, second in GTE, since we're looking at them, the BMW 71, that's doing 2 laps, 3 laps more than anybody else on fuel, and yet is still in a podium position. Are they going to... I mean, they're not going to save enough to save a stop.
Are you sure about that?
Well, no, but even if... let's say they're not doing enough to save a stop. What they are doing is saving however many seconds, because they'll be putting in less fuel at the end, because there will be fewer laps remaining when they stop. Even if, up until the very last splash, they stop exactly in sync with anybody else, if they carry that third, that third lap that they've earned, then that's 3 laps less fuel that they have to slosh in at the end, and that's going to save them vital seconds.
I was adamant that they couldn't do it at Spa. I was like, no, they're not going to make it to the end. This is still going to be Proton competition, potential victory, etc., or at least one of the Porsche sports teams. I was like, they can't do it, they can't make it, and they made it. And so I learned from that point to not doubt the strategic mastery that happens within Team Redline. Whether they're going to make it with that one extra, one fewer stop than everyone else, I don't know. It was so impressive. They didn't go 1 or 2 laps further on the last stint than everyone else. They were 4 laps further. Than everyone else, and from the people they were battling. I mean, with the 91.
that was on the last stop.
Yes,
because the previous one they were 3 laps, so they are gaining an additional lap.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you can do it once, you should be able to do it all the way through, shouldn't you? But they're still in the top 3. I mean, and that is a remarkable bit of alchemy. If you can save a lap per stint on fuel and still run at the pace of the leaders, that is great driving, excellent setup. Leader in. Yuri Toman in the pits. So we also just saw the Axel Sports car, Josh Purwine's taking that over. But we have Real Team are in. So RHG, we have a new leader. Now, RHG went longer on fuel before as well.
They're only, as far as I could see on the timesheets, they're a lap over at the moment. So it's just a lap, so they should probably be pitting at the end of this lap, could RHG. By the way, another pit stop in the GTE category, because Mitchell de Jong for Porsche Esports in the number 91 has also been into the pit lane. The number 4, the only car in the Le Mans Virtual Series in both of our categories to have finished on the podium in every single race, and you can even count that back to Le Mans Virtual in 2020, because they were on the podium in that as well.
Very good, isn't it?
So whether they'll be on the podium today or whether that streak comes to an end, we'll have to wait and see. But they're doing fantastic. I mean, that's why they're right up there in the championship battle. And after this, if they were to continue on in the form they're doing, I think they will take the championship lead, courtesy of the penalty that went the way of the 1-2-3 earlier on.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 in the pits as well. They are currently in 9th place. Looking here at the Corvette, back into our GTE action. Where are we here? Where's the Corvette? Everybody behind BNS. which is 7th place, so Nesta Garcia. Nesta Garcia was in when I went for lunch, and I've returned from a little mini snackette, and he's still in the car.
It's one thing that we have. I mean, I'm going to say on
security
broadcast, it's one thing we're not sure
general.
in the studio is food. We've got plenty of it.
Lord, yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised Mesny hasn't come tumbling down at some stage. Not just because everybody in the production gallery is upstairs and leaping up and down with every exciting move, but also because it's sagging under the weight of. Oh, and by the way, there are Christmas treats later as well. So, oh Lord.
Yeah, only 1 week until Christmas, which would be a nice little way for some of these teams to take it. By the way, Gordy Much did come into the pit lane just a single lap later. And everyone else.
Now then, GTE, and this might be a major change, is Lauren Heinrich has taken over the 91 Porsche eSports car. That's now down in 8th. Nick Nielsen is in the pits for FDA. Axel Sport are in the pits, and so is the 56 Team Project 1 car. But, yeah. Big change. Okay, so Lukas Stolzer is... no, it's not Lukas Stolzer.
Kasper Stolzer.
Kasper Stolzer, beg your pardon, is taking over FDA. So Lauren Heinrich in the 91 Porsche. So Rudy van Buren leads for BMW Team Redline. Chanju Ven is 2nd. Dylan Pereira 3rd. Martin Stepanko, Luke Hartog and Bruno Spengler is your top half dozen. All of them owe us a pit stop compared to the leaders, who have now made 3 stops, and we were guessing that would be 3 and a bit. It's going to be quite a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because 91 minus 100,000, we've got 43 laps left. Ooh.
Oh, no.
That's where the nose damage came from, into the back of the Panis car.
And that'll be naughty. So 51's got a penalty for that, and the 55 has received a penalty, as we were expecting for that slam dunk.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, that's we saw. And the rejoin for 51 also a little bit of concern.
I did wonder at the time. It was not the greatest rejoin from Niklas Nielsen. It wasn't terrible.
No.
But he did give, room to the racing line, but it was not good.
He did come in and just go straight from the apex. It's almost like he came off the drag strip there, wasn't it? Straight up for the apex.
It wasn't the greatest rejoin. Kasper Stolzer, though, behind the wheel, and he'll run this out to the checkered flag. Great driver, race winner in GT Pro at Silverstone in Season 3 of the rFactor 2 GT Pro Series. So has been a fantastic driver in his rFactor 2 career, which has spanned many, many years. But we'll see what they can hang on to. Of course, Lauren Heinrich, you caught it, the Lauren Heinrich jumped in behind the Porsche eSports car. So this is Lauren Heinrich's debut for Coanda, jumping in for that team. So his first race for them. Trying to battle it out to try and grab a podium or potentially even a race win.
Plenty of Porsche experience, though, hasn't he?
Plenty of Porsche.
Not necessarily on this platform, though. Again, he's done a couple of years of the Mobil 1 Super Cup sim race series, or eSports series.
I did just get, by the way, word that Niklas Nielsen got, and I think this is right, got a warning for that rejoin. Because I think it wasn't quite enough for a penalty, but certainly was enough for a slap on the wrist.
Williams eSports #1 in the pit lane. So David Pittard now leads for GPX Rebellion Williams, British GT racer. And a chap who I've shared the commentary booth with as well. Yes, for his sins, he was forced into that a few years back. So he leads, number 5 at Williams eSports car in 2nd place. And again, you talk about how it just needs one good run to turn your season around, doesn't it? This is the team who we were rather disappointingly having to say have yet to score even one single point, have not actually made a race finish in the entire season. Didn't even start the last race, Williams, the number 5 car, and that car now pits, but very firmly in the top 10. So when you pit from the lead, unless something else very squirrely is going on, you've actually got a much better day going.
Yeah, I mean, Moreno Sarica, who's more typically known for his exploits on iRacing and stuff, now moving over. I did accidentally once call him Manuel Sarica. I won't forget about that.
Well, if you called him Jose Manuel, maybe that would be a Juan Manuel.
But Moreno Sarica, a fantastic driver, but I don't know how much experience he has on rFactor. We also get to see Isaac Price, who is a driver who I
I was surprised to see him driving in the RHG car. There he is, taking over from Gordy Much, a driver who's driven when Fernando Alonso first entered into sim racing in association with G2 Esports, who now run the Red Bull Racing Esports. Very complicated, don't worry. I can't keep up with it. Isaac Price was one of the first sim drivers that drove for the FA G2 Esports team. So he drove Fernando Alonso in sim racing, departed that outfit, kind of went a bit awry, and then G2 partnered with Red Bull and all that. But the point is that Isaac Price doesn't really have a team. He's driven for Williams earlier in this year. He's driven now for RHG. He's driven for himself for quite a lot of it. He's kind of a man that's a bit sort of all over. He doesn't really have a team that he's designated to. Interesting that teams like RHG pick him up and take him on and be like, right, let's just do 1 or 2 rounds with you. And considering RHG have picked up 3 drivers this week in the form of Yuri Toman, Marcel Chinchik, and of course Timotej Andonovski, who drives for the Tesla RHG car. They've picked him up full-time as a driver off of the clutches from Dennis Lind and his team Nita Velix. I wonder if Isaac Price is ready to sign that contract, and potentially might see him as a full-time RHG driver as well.
Well, for him, you know, getting an opportunity to shine here for RHG might just also be painting him into a ticket for the virtual Le Mans 24 hours. So you know, there he is in the inset, a great opportunity. But again, when these opportunities come along, you know, sometimes the phone rings out of the blue, sometimes you're working hard for ages to get towards a position where you are getting noticed. But the acid test is always you have one shot.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that is it. You have got to make it work for you. So he's got to be fast, he's got to be aggressive, he's got to bring the car home. I mean, it's that tightrope balance, which is really hard. But, you know, so many drivers who have got to the top of the greasy pole have done it on 1 or 2 tiny breaks that they have converted.
Yeah.
And there will be a vast number more who it just didn't work out for them in that one opportunity they got to shine. And you know, and then it takes them a long time to get further back up the order again. So if opportunity comes calling,
you can't
do try and open the door.
Well, I know...
don't try and be too busy to answer the doorbell.
You know, Rory McDuff, who's on the grid driving for the number 14 Race Clutch Alpine car, of course, last season, or sorry, for Le Mans Virtual, was driving for the 2Cs car. They finished in 4th position. That was his call-up. And then from that point on, didn't do round 1 of the season, didn't have a drive for this season. Finally got the call-up, as we'll see this battle into turn 1 between the real team Hydrogen car and RHG. Nice little cutback from Isaac Price, gets back to the inside, running through the kink of 2. Inside for 3, though, could be a good move for RHG to sweep up into 2nd position.
Nice.
Returning up there, Gordy Much didn't have the greatest stint, but Isaac Price firing on all cylinders, taking that, taking the
Rory,
initiative and taking
you got one of these Alpha
Now,
Industries
you
shirts.
know, Gordy Price, the professional racers here, we said this in Le Mans 24 Virtual last year, the professional racers, no matter how many world championships they've won, are the gentleman drivers in this field, aren't they? You know, the professional racers here, the professional sim racers, are the guys who are leading development, leading setup, training up their gentleman drivers, the people that drive the real race cars, to try and stop them losing too much time. And Gordy Much did a great job. Where was he? He was in the top 3. They were still in a podium position when he came into the pits, and they weren't nearly a lap back or over a lap back. They were 20 seconds behind the leaders. So he did a really stand-up job, and that's exactly what you do. You've got to be clean, you've got to be fast, you've got to get the best out of yourself, the same as the pro sim racers will. The pro sim racers possibly have more to get out of themselves, but your job in Gordy Much or any of the other real racing drivers is to lose as little time as humanly possible. Don't get involved in battles that aren't yours. You know, Fritz van Aert or somebody in World Endurance Racing Team Netherlands, the team boss, his job is to not get hit, not hit things, not incur damage, not pick up penalties.
I agree.
Go as fast
Rory,
as you can. When somebody quicker comes knocking, they say, Fritz, let him go. Let him go. Don't swallow, you know, you have to swallow your pride. Don't just go, I'm going to hold him off. No, don't. because you'll slow yourself down.
You're only as fast as your slowest driver in a race like this.
Exactly
Now,
right.
you know, it's not
Exactly
100% the case, because there are a few good examples in this. But you know, your slowest driver, as you say, is normally your pro race driver.
Yep.
Gordy Much is a fantastic sim driver. I think, you know, he's still getting to grips confidence-wise with rFactor 2. Normally races elsewhere, so you know, he starts to trying to find his limit. Erhan Yovsky is the rFactor 2 specialist in that car, and he's been teaching Isaac Price's plenty fast enough himself. But you've got a few other examples on the grid when it comes to pro drivers. Mitchell de Jong is a great example. Anchan Juven, another good example. Danny Juncadella, who's taken over in that number 70, who was just dropped in that position. Danny Juncadella, fantastic driver, whether it's sim or real. And that's the thing. Actually, speaking of Danny Juncadella, the last time we saw him in Monza in that number 70 car, when that 70 car won, Danny Juncadella, to show how good he was, we had the average laps of all of the drivers. Bearing in mind, you know, you think 3 drivers apiece, 20 cars, 60 drivers roughly in the prototype category, and he was 11th. And that includes all of the sim drivers and the pros. And he was the lowest in that car, which shows how fast Jeffrey Rietveld and Mikkel Schmieder were. It shows how good that car is. And it's no disrespect to the others that have jumped into the number 70 car. It just shows how good Danny Juncadella is, that he is on pace with the sim drivers.
Well, when he's a pro racing driver, and there are 42 or 41 or 40, depending on how many are in the Axel Sports car who are real racing drivers. When there are at least 40 professional sim racers, or top class, if not absolute professional sim racers, and he's only just out of the top 10 of the very best, then yeah, that's great. Well, again, the Project One car being dropped back behind the FDA car, but now this is FDA after that penalty is genuinely down in 12th place, not in 5th place. So actually a car that they were battling to stay a lap ahead of 20 minutes ago, they are now battling for position.
Yeah.
So yeah, how the worm has turned there. David Pittard still leads for GPX Rebellion. Isaac Price in 2nd place, Danny Juncadella in 3rd, Nikodem Wisniewski in 4th for Rebellion GPX, and Tom Dillman at the wheel of the Floyd by Colles. And Fordzilla, with their topsy-turvy, back-to-front, push-me-pull-you strategy, Gianluca Verducci is up to 6th position. And Felix Rosenquist in the Team Redline 1-2-3 car for the first time in the race. So that happened at the last pit stops. A big slew of driver changes in the last pit stops. Where are we now? We are 4 minutes away from the end of hour 3.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. 1 hour and 4 minutes to go, and a little bit, because we still have 28 laps at a minute and less than a minute and a half a lap. So lots of racing still to go, and Nikodem Wisniewski all over the back of Danny Juncadella.
Looking for the move here is Nikodem Wisniewski. It would put the number 1 car onto the podium, and I believe it'd be their 2nd podium of the season. Certainly is, if the number 1 car could do it. They've not had the greatest season. We were kind of expecting, obviously we were expecting a lot out of the number 1, being our Le Mans virtual champions, but they've just not really hit the ground running. Maybe they are targeting our grand finale in January, but for right now, they're just trying to target themselves a podium. It does kind of have that vibe that, unfortunately, I think our streak of podiums for the number 4 that Tom Dillman is behind the wheel of, I think that streak might be coming to a close here at Sebring, but you never know. It only takes 2 cars to come together, and then suddenly the number 4 is back in podium position. So no answer yet on that one. Nikodem Wisniewski, though, Danny Juncadella just ahead, still no move. But he is closing in very, very quickly. Danny Juncadella is under a lot of pressure right now.
No, he really is, and he made a great move in traffic there to get past the GR Wolves car in just the right place. And you know, this is the whole deal about dealing with traffic, and that's where his spatial awareness as a real-life racing driver comes in, is that he sees where the gaps are going to be, not where they currently are.
Yeah, just going to say, by the way, when it comes to our race leaders, remember how we were speaking out, it was 20-odd seconds between them? I don't know if there's a major issue for David Pittard, who's seeming to struggle about 3 seconds off on the previous lap. Isaac Price is absolutely melting that gap. It was a 1:49.7 for the 22 car. Isaac Price, the number 8, did a 1:46.5, 3.2 seconds in a single lap. Could be confidence, but I'm not feeling good about that myself.
David Pittard, he's just completed lap 97 with a 48.0, which is better because Isaac's done
I am annoyed,
47.6,
guys.
so he actually
I
only
am
gave
very
4 tenths
annoyed.
away on that lap. But you're right, the gap was 20 down to 10 seconds. And the problem for David is that he will be aware that the gap is coming down, and he is the race leader, and he wants to bring it into the pits as the race leader. But again, goes back to the same story we were talking about not 5 minutes ago. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. That's not your job. Your job is to be the best David Pittard that you can possibly be and not worry about what the others are doing.
I feel a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. He is going to struggle in this one, but we'll have to wait and see, as he is. He's got that. It's going to be coming down bit by bit.
Fordzilla in the pits with
that's
60 plus minutes to go, so their 5th stop now. So that's on strategy for them.
Yeah, it's
what are they doing? 20 lappers?
Something in that vein.
Yeah.
They'll pit, with roughly I think 19 laps before the end of the race. So they've got 2 more stops. Most of the other prototypes only have the 1, so this is starting to filter in.
Make sure those new tyres come in. So thank you, Lewis. We will catch up with the action in just a moment, but let's take a look at the hourly highlights at the end of hour 3 of the 500 miles of Sebring, courtesy of Lego Technic. Yes, please, Santa, if you are watching. Well, busy action right from the very start of the race in both of our classes, and so much great wheel-to-wheel racing. GPX Rebellion moving up very quickly from the front row of the grids. They had their pole position taken away for track limit infringements on the quick lap, but got their noses out front. It was Porsche versus BMW at the front of GTE. The Porsche qualified strongly, the BMW not to, qualified on pole rather, the BMW got outstarted by the Porsche, but the BMW not only fought its way back in front, but also was able to go at least a lap longer per stint on fuel, and that might end up being a very major advantage when it comes down to the end of the race, because in neither LMP or LMGTE are the pit stops going to match the length of the race to anybody's great satisfaction. Coming from behind with fresh tyres and shorter stops.
Thank you, Papa
again
Kuhn.
looking for a different strategy call, as did Team Fordzilla in LMP2. Drama for FDA, the Ferrari 488 was in the top 5 right from the start of the race, and after about 2.5 hours they got tagged out by the BMW, then ran into the back of the Panis. Both the BMW and the Ferrari picked up penalties, and here is where the Team GB BMW got their penalty for, and that was the start of Ferrari's woes. They have gone from 5th down to nearly 15th, losing a lap to all the cars at the front. Got away with this. This was coming back on in front of lapped traffic, and ironically that lapped Wolves car is now the closest rival to the FDA car, having lost a lap with their penalty. Battle at the front of the field, real time, really pushing on, were in second place. Then Isaac Price getting into the number 8 R8G eSports car and picking up second place. At that stage, he had gone from 20 seconds behind the leader to something like 15 or 16. That gap is now down to just 6 seconds. Chris McCarthy, real racer David Pittard is at the wheel of the leader, the number 22 GPX Rebellion Williams, but he has got 2 absolutely fired up.
I need to check on the damn standings now.
Pro sim racers coming up behind him. Isaac Price is bringing Nikodem Wisniewski not too far behind him, and the gap is being sliced to the leader.
Yeah, it seems only a matter of time at this rate, doesn't it? It's almost 2 seconds a lap. On the last lap, yeah, 1.8 seconds faster. So it's going to be in a 2 or 3 laps. They're going to be there, aren't they? Yeah. The way it's going, unless David Pittard can find something that he hasn't been able to so far. But yeah, these two might as well stay with each other until they catch Pittard, and then they can start going about fighting each other after that.
Axel and Simsa battling further back down the order. We were just...
It's dark.
we wwere just... allows you to concentrate. This is the battle for 12th place in GT. We were just looking, actually, at Team Redline, the number 123 prototype, chasing down R8G's number 18 car, and in 123 is Felix Rosenqvist. Really got the bit between his teeth, all over the back of Risto Capit for 7th place. And Team Redline, the points leaders coming in here, need as many places as they can get, because they're only led by 3.5 points coming in. Just ahead of them in 6th place is car number 10, the Marla Racing Team car. So looking at Cian Butler in the Axel Sports car in 12th place. If he's driving from home, well, it's late afternoon here, so it's sort of wee small hours of the morning there.
Yeah.
Probably spent most of the day watching Australia whopping England at the cricket.
Yeah.
And then calming down a little bit by racing at Sebring.
Yes. Yes, I remember him from the Le Mans Esports Series, Cian Butler, one of very few to have done both championships. Of course, that one was done on Forza Motorsport, so completely different to rFactor 2. Yeah. But yeah, good to see him. I believe this is his first race. See his car, but not him.
He needs some Christmas lights there somewhere, doesn't he? So we can at least illuminate it.
Yeah. It's incredibly eerie there, but yeah, it's great to see him racing roughly an hour. And that is Redline in the pits.
Yep, that's our pole sitter. So Rudy van Buren, I think that is probably the end of him. Nesta Garcia for Red Bull Racing is 2nd place in the number 111, and that is the Corvette C8. And here, Cian Butler really under pressure from the Simsa Ferrari behind Andreas Schmich, the 66 car, the black car. As we said, this is a battle for position for 12th place, and
that's Andreas going off.
A Ferrari possibly on fairly tired tyres. Nesta Garcia is in from 2nd, so Lauren Heinrich moves back to the lead in the 91 portion. Now that stopped about half a dozen laps ago. That's the car on the left-hand side of your screen, I believe. Certainly that is one of the 2 factory Porsches, and that means he leads. Tommy Østgaard,
so annoyed with my drive.
Will be 2nd in 92.
Just held 8th place would be easily,
for the moment,
would be easily sitting 7th.
For
7th would have been just alright, but now
Red Bull Corvette
sitting 12th.
Pit stop number 3, and the others have already
hardly any chance for.
I don't know how they're saving so much fuel.
And still driving at the front.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly what we were saying 5 minutes ago, is that the 71 car, that BMW, the red and black Redline BMW, has saved a lap on the field in every stint. So it's not like they saved one and they still stop a lap later. They're stopping an additional lap later every time they stop. So they are, if they don't save themselves an entire stop, they are saving themselves a shed load of time in the pits when it comes down to the final moments, and there is splashing and dashing on board with Felix Rosenqvist. Never goes at anything less than 110% Rosenqvist. He's just such a great fun character and a very combative race driver. Gets by Risto Capit. There he is. That's Felix. Spent the season racing in IndyCar this year, having been a Formula E and World Endurance Championship driver, Formula E driver in the past. So yeah, IndyCar Series driver for 2021.
I believe he's continuing as well for next year. But
there are a lot of IndyCar teams that hold him in very high esteem. So yeah, anybody that drops him, he's not going to hit the ground before he gets picked up. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So that was a change for position. Rosenqvist closing in on the top 6. How far is he behind? 20 plus, nearly 30 seconds behind the Marla Racing Team car, which is currently in 6th place. I know, we sort of almost don't want to mention it when somebody who's had a tough season is having a good race, but actually they don't seem to be wildly out of sequence with anybody. And again, Axel and Simsa side by side by side.
Down the
Porsche
inside.
just gets its nose back in front. Yeah, so the Marla car, we're just having a lovely time at the moment. So was that Price going by Pittard? No, it wasn't. So this is Price and Wisniewski. Wisniewski's right in.
They're about to go past Pittard.
Three-way battle.
There is David Pittard right in front. So your 1, 2, 3 is covered by 1.5 seconds.
Reuven, it's not going too nice.
31
I
laps
think
to
we're
go,
going to fail
which
to achieve the top 10.
He won't fight this too hard, will he? I mean, we have to remember this is his first race.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
How much practice he's done, I don't know. I mean,
as much as he can humanly afford, I think, as much as he can possibly fit in.
You put him on the Nordschleife, he races VLN, so he knows that place like the back of his hand.
But not in a sim racer. You know, there he's used to all of the, the car telegraphing him what he needs to know through his backside and his hands. Here it doesn't happen. Here's the change for the lead. Going around the outside, Isaac Price, and he sweeps around through Sunset, and David Pittard with Nikodem Wisniewski right behind him.
Working as a team here, aren't they? Pushing each other along down the straight. But
well, Pittard is giving as good as he gets there, isn't he? You know, he is a racer's racer, and he is doing the level best. And this is Wisniewski looking for the lead.
Down the inside, almost a bit of contact, but he's going to muscle his way through. 2 into 3,
he goes through into 3. So that, the 2 that doesn't exist is that little kink to the right-hand side, but it is notable. You do sort of have to follow the road, and that opened the inside line up a little bit. So Nikodem Wisniewski started this lap in 3rd and is the leader by the time we get to the hotel at turn 5.
Yeah, this is our top 5 all in a train. Make that 4. Floyd by Collis had a moment at the back there.
Yeah.
But this is a really close race, isn't it? The top 4 all in a line. There they all are. And then in the background, that's 5th place, Tom Dillman.
Yeah, he's not far away, is he?
Yeah. And we all know how good Tom Dillman is as well. Very close to winning the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual last year. Came down to the final hour, didn't it? It was really, really close.
As we all know about Le Mans, so as with everything else, there's Isaac Price on the right-hand side.
He's
I don't
talking
know who
to
he's
someone.
having a chat to, but he's got plenty to say, hasn't he? Oh, don't worry, I'll get him. I've got him. I've got fresher tyres, or yeah, exactly, whatever. Talking of which, now, where are the outliers? So Fordzilla back down in 15th place, but have completed 1 more stop than the others.
Redline have done a drive-through, haven't they? So that's why they've got 1 more.
Yeah.
Isaac Gillison for Yas Heat. They've done 1 more, haven't they?
Yeah. Again, that's because they stopped a little early and started doing shorter stints on fresher tyres. The shorter stint means that you spend less time filling, which sort of slightly mitigates against your longer stop for fresher tyres. So,
and that's the same with the Alpha Industries car and the Fordzilla car. So, and all the rest must,
Yeah.
So no one really then, in that case. You've got to think, if Redline hadn't had that drive-through, which is 30 seconds, they could have been, fighting with the likes of Floyd by Collis there in 4th place.
Yep.
So.
No, absolutely right. And battle for position here. This is
Red Bull,
yeah, behind the Rocket Sports car. This is for 16th, so they're racing because they're racers and because the race hasn't finished, but it's not actually going to be for points.
No.
At least at this stage, until everything else
sort of
sorts itself out. Yes, they'll get a half point for starting, or for finishing, more accurately. Nice battle, though. And again, look, it just underlines what we've been saying about Sebring. Why you get great racing here is because it's wide enough to run door handle to door handle. They don't have chicanes, which, you think of Monza. If you took out all the chicanes at Monza, all right, it would be, criminally fast, and the runoff areas just wouldn't contain anything. But it, if you went from Curva Grande all the way down on the straight to the Lesmos, then you'd get a lot more side-by-side racing. And who's that?
No.
Is that Pittard? He's coming into the pits.
Is it?
That's Pittard. Needs to come into the pits. He's lost his rear wing. Doesn't
Pittard
know
without
it.
rear wing on
That's
the main
a
straight
disaster.
right now.
That was in Sunset. He's now going to spin his way out in turn 1. right behind. This is the battle. This is David Marocek.
It's going to take him a lot. Yeah,
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, he didn't know he didn't have a wing until he turned into the car, turned around on him. And that's a real disaster. If he had just dived into the pits there.
This is going to be a very, very long in lap,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's going to take him a lot. This is the pace he has to go at just to not spin.
And we
Even
saw,
then,
we saw a number of these at the Nordschleife, didn't we? And the car, you know, again, no data whatsoever coming back through the seat or from his experience of what speed is too much speed with no rear wing. And I don't know, has he been able to see that there's no rear wing, or has somebody been able to tell him that there's no rear wing?
I imagine he can feel it straight.
Yeah, because the moment he hits the brakes, the whole thing's trying to lock up and swap ends on him.
What a shame. I mean, long-time
now
race
going
leaders.
towards turn 10.
He's qualified on the front row. There we go. He's gone again.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's going to spin at almost every corner now. So Davin Rocek in 12th place in 444. You just saw him still chasing. The Race Clutch Alpine number 15 car is right in front of him. That's Enric Andre, the Frenchman.
Here we go. Here's a replay then.
It's the bump.
No. Oh, and it wasn't big contact either, was it?
It doesn't have to be, unfortunately. It is the bump. And here, had he known, or had he maybe driven, you know, the series before and thought, okay, well, the first thing I've got to check is if I've got a rear wing, because we've seen that happen so many times. When a P car goes in backwards, it loses its rear wing. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
In the same way that with a GTE car, it would be the diffuser, and you'd suddenly have no rear grip.
Yeah, he's a GT racer, so I don't know if that was his experience of more doing GT racing. If that happened to someone we're used to seeing, someone like Will Stevens, for example, maybe they would have known straight away.
Or again, somebody who's experienced the other races. You know, you only had to watch sort of the first 20 minutes of the Nordschleife and you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Or even the potted highlights. We saw in the highlights at the beginning of this show of the Nordschleife at least 2 instances of cars with no rear wing.
Stationary at turn 17.
So it is, I'm afraid, going to drop them right down the order. He's still not got to the pit lane. Leaders are coming round again.
Yeah, down to 9.
Yeah, but Andre then on iRacing, your car's dead forever.
Real disappointment, because they were third here coming in. Points in each of the 3 races. 19 points behind the leaders. In he comes. So now, with probably 27 laps left, it's going to be more than a stint, but with an hour remaining on the clock, now's the time to hand over to the third driver and just let him do the stint in a little bit. I don't know how long David's been in the car. Has he done enough for the minimum drive time? If he has,
minutes,
then hand over. If he hasn't, then he's going to have to do the fix the damage, come back on and continue until he's done his minimum of 40 minutes.
This is good for Rebellion GPX Esports, not just because they're leading the race, but because they're 4th in the championship. Now GPX Rebellion's 3rd in the championship have had a spin and have lost their rear wing. Floyd by Collis Burst currently sit in 4th place, and Team Redline have had that drive through. So championship-wise,
nothing we can do.
Yeah, this Rebellion GPX Esports are in a very, very good
whether you
position,
have mix 4
and are in a
available on
position
straight.
to, you know, put a dent into that lead of Team Redline.
Wait until they box.
Yep. Floyd by Colles, the number 4 car, in 4th place right
Still
now
gaining
because
on
the
P9.
22 car has dropped out. They've gone up a spot, so they benefit. Real Team, they're having a strong race. Yeah, it is. This is going to close the championship right up, isn't it? Although Rosenqvist now, what position was he in when he got into the car? He's now in 6th for Team Redline.
Yeah, he's climbing up.
Isn't he, though? I mean, he's absolutely flying. And look here, the 444 car that Michi Hoyer did a 2-hour stint at right in the beginning. That car still, Davin Rocek still can't get past Emmerich Andre for what is now 10th place. So have they gone by? Who else have they gone by? Because they were 12th. Battling for 12th.
Driving has just been not good enough today.
Perhaps it was 11th and 12th, which then puts them battling for 10th. So Race Clutch Alpine in 10th place. We ride on board in the Alpha Industries car, looking to the inside, and goes out wide. You want to make the guy in front brake as late as he can, come out with as little momentum as possible, and then try and fire it up the inside between 2 and 3. Can't go there.
No.
So much of this is trying to
Come on,
force
David,
them to
send
do
it.
the things you want to do by where you place your car and where you show it and how you show it. You know, getting him to be forced to defend offline into a corner just to keep the inside covered then means that he's going to be slow off. But, you know, you can't always capitalise from all the corners when that happens.
Some drivers are just, you know, incredibly comfortable defending, and some are just can't, you know, are no good at defending at all, or by the very high standard set in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting when you have that situation. Some drivers do prefer to be the defensive driver and can just be very comfortable with it. We saw that earlier with Michi Hoyer, who, you know, just placed his car in all the right places at all the right times, and it took a very long time for the car behind to get through. So, yeah, the level of defensive driving we see in this championship is incredibly high.
Yeah.
Here is Pittard now back out, so he did stay in the car in that number 22.
So he clearly hadn't done his
15th
minimum driving time. Yeah, unfortunately he lost...
what, 11 places?
Yeah, another minute in the pit lane. Another minute there, fixing dramas. So that is their 5th pit stop. So he was only in for 31 minutes.
Let's go,
and needed another
David, let's
9
go!
minutes in the car. Now again, whichever way you work it, is it better for him now to stay in? It probably is better for him to stay in now until the end of the stint, because they're down in 15th.
Yeah.
I don't think a driver change.
Here we go.
You know, no
Nice
matter who
move.
you put in,
Come on.
levering him offline, and again, yeah, and you know,
That was a great
Great
move.
job.
that's what you need. Is you don't want left, right, left, right, left, right, because then you're on the
borderline,
outside.
but-
Then it becomes the inside. Then it becomes the outside again. What you need is a couple of lefts in a row or a couple of rights in a row, so that an inside line can work.
Yeah, well, he waited very late to make that move there, did Mrocek. Really, really nice move, actually, to get past Enric Andre in the Race Clutch Alpine car.
Well, David Pittard picks up a spot automatically now, I think, because Josh Perween has just stopped in the Axel Sport 21 car. So that should give him a spot. And who's that?
BS Plus competition
that
are
is the
in.
BS Plus car,
Yeah, Eunice Ravio. Having just done the fastest last sector of the race.
Ah, yes. Well, that's
So-
a good in-lap then, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was a personal
Very
best
promising.
lap all round
Yeah.
from them.
With a purple final sector.
Yeah.
Mind you, taking the title on it? No, it won't, because you have to be down at the speed limiter to get to the line. So that's quite impressive to still set a purple final sector. And a quick pit stop as well for Jonas Raivo. He's on his way out again, so he stays in the car. Drops down to 8th place ahead of Kasper Stolzer, who's in 9th now for FDA Esports. So they are back up in the points. But again, we have 24 laps remaining, which is most of a GTE stint and more than an LMP stint. So anybody who's out in an LMP car will have to stop one more time. Anybody in a GTE car may well have to stop one more time on board with Enzo Benito.
Now, yes, I think they're on a different tyre strategy again, because they're the fastest car on the track right now. The second fastest car is Team Redline with Felix Rosenqvist. He's absolutely flying. He's 2/10 quicker than the leaders, 6/10 quicker than R8G in second. But the car that is on fire right now is Yas Heat, and they are closing in on R8G.
I think their strategy right from the beginning was slightly shorter stints, absolutely deathing it on fresh tyres every single time. Just take the pain of the extra hit, and
So
you know,
we are in
terms of
10th
time
now. It
stationary in
should
the pits,
be at least
and
our
just
finishing
try
position,
and make
if
positions.
not
And in a track where you
P9,
can't
but that will be
overtake,
the
you don't want
maximum
to give
then.
away track position. Here, you can overtake, and I think that's a big part of that balance.
Well, this is on board with Redline,
Yeah.
who are definitely doing a lot of fuel saving. They've been going 3 or 4 laps longer in some cases than other teams, and every single time.
And still producing top 3 pace. You know, they are still in second place, and whatever else, Enzo is not looking stressed, is he? He's not looking
No.
fretful. I mean, none of them do. because like real life racing drivers, unless something breaks on the car, it's under control. They know what, I know what I'm doing, in the famous words of a former Finn, or a current Finn, a former F1 driving Finn. They always look super calm, because if you're flustered, it's all going to go to hell in a handcart in a big hurry.
I'm just watching his throttle application, just to see when he's lifting off and for how long. And you can definitely notice the fuel saving from that straight away.
Yeah.
That's always the biggest giveaway.
Lifting and coasting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the gap to Lauren Heinrich, who leaves for the 91 car, is not vast from Enzo Benito in that BMW Team Redline. And although they may both need to make another stop, the closer you are to the end of the race, when you make your final stop, the less fuel you need to put in. It's not automatically a given, obviously, that you have to take a full fuel stop. If there are only 7 laps left, you take 7 laps worth of fuel. If you've stopped 3 laps earlier and you had 10 laps to do, you have to put in more fuel. More fuel equals a longer stop, equals more weight in the car when you go back on track. So your speed will be slightly slower for those laps until you get level again with the guy who's coming back on with only 7 laps of fuel.
Right, RHG are in the 18, Risto Capit, which moves Yasheet up into 7th place. So that's their 5th stop. So the top 5 are all on 4 stops. We'll wait to see which one of them comes in first. But when you look at it as it is now, you see it as a 3-horse race, unless any of the teams in 4th and 5th have got something up their sleeve. Marla, you know, I mean, they're going very well. 5th place.
Yep.
Let's just hope for their sake that it stays like that. But
well, you know, for them, sensible strategy, not taking any really major risks, but also not getting hit, not having any problems, not having any penalties. You know, they're the cardinal rules of all racing, but particularly sports car racing. Stay out of the pits, don't hit stuff, don't pick up penalties.
Right, leaders are all in. This is the point, though, when you're Marla, you go, why couldn't we just done that at every round?
Because luck doesn't work that way, because form doesn't work that way.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Down the inside, 444.
Nice dive bomb, gets by the Williams Esports number 5 car. Excellent work.
Really quick in lap from RHG in 2nd as well. Purple.
21 laps left, 1 stint in a P car. So you're now, if you fill now, it's a full stint.
This is it.
If you don't fill now, every
car
stop,
49 pushed
every
off
lap
car
that you go,
65 and 10, 50,
you're going to
16,
lose
gaining
less
unfair
time
advantage was like
in the
2
race
hours ago.
to
No
the people
further
who are
action.
stopping now.
Now, when did the
So I'm
GT
confident we
cars
won't
come
get
in
anything.
last?
Oh, don't ask me questions like that. I haven't got a strategy computer or anybody to operate it. Felix Rosenquist is in. All right, well, I was going to ask the question about Team Redline and Rosenquist in the 1, 2, 3. When did they stop? So, do Yasheet need to stop again? Yes, because it's a full stint now, and they're not stopping now. They're in now. Oh, so they're back on the same strategy as everybody else.
Yeah.
So now we have a dead heat, basically, race to the flag. We've got a 21 lap sort out without the need of artificially safety carring and waving people through.
Yeah.
So excellent.
That's the thing about esports. It is, you know, there's none of the safety cars or virtual safety cars. It's just straight fire to the end.
Now, so what we now know about Yasheet is they didn't just do a short stop. They didn't just go, right, we'll do 10 laps. They back-timed it exactly so that they would make their last stop 20 from the end or 21 from the end. So they basically looked at, they've got a strategy and worked out full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint. How much is left at the end? Right, we'll do that early. But they've given them no margin for a shorter stop at the end.
Yeah,
Whereas you'd think early in the race, let's say there were 11 laps left, and instead of stopping on lap 11, you stop on lap 14 or 15, and you give yourself 2 or 3 laps less fuel time in the pits when everybody else is making their final stop. Boom, then suddenly you pick up 2 or 3 places. So they have gone with tyres and all of that and got themselves into that position, but now they've stopped, they're back out the top 10 again.
Yeah.
Now, unless they've stopped long enough to get fresh tyres, what are we going to see here? A crash in the pit lane. Who's this?
So that's red line coming in. But, no.
Is that 4 or 444?
That's
4.
Okay, so that's...
Because 444 is still out on track.
That's our 2 championship leaders.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah. Well, now then, that means our race director is going to have to stop drinking coffee and eating snacks and make it a race decision. Wow.
Yeah, that's our championship leader blocking in, if you like, that from what we saw, second in the championship.
Yikes.
Wow.
Except you've got to get stopped in your pit box. Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. And it was in between Real Team as well, who are, of course, one of the...
And again, you know, again, going back to Yas Heat, you know, you don't want to stop on the same lap as everybody else is making their last stop. Push it 1 more or 2 longer laps just to give yourself an empty pit lane as much as anything else.
The people that have done the best strategies here, in my opinion, are if they are... Alpha Industries, I think, need to come in 1 more time. I'm not sure. But if they have done all their stops, then they've played this very well because they're now in 3rd place.
Yep. Isaac Price, 2nd for R8G.
That's very good as well.
And again, you know, we've got 1 race left after this. Look who's leading. The guys that won the big one last year. Nikodem Wisniewski is leading in the #1 Rebellion GPX Esports car. And where is 22? 15th place.
Wow.
Now, are they both both serving a penalty?
They're in the pits as well.
Williams Esport #5 car is in the pits as well and dropping out of the top 10, and that will put Yas Heat back in. 22, of course, they lost that extra time, didn't they? They basically lost the lap with that slow in lap and the repair time for David Pittard. So Chinchik is back in the car, who started it. But that is a long climb back from 17th, and there are 19 laps, 18 laps remaining. It's not happening, is it? That will be a half point for turning up. Thank you very much. Nikodem Wisniewski and Lauren Heinrich are our class leaders, and there they were, side by side.
Now, Wisniewski and Price, you look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd. That's the difference in the amount of fuel and time that they've saved through stops.
Yep.
A lot, isn't it?
2nd and 3rd. 2nd is 4 seconds back. 3rd is 25 seconds back.
A lot of that.
27.
Because we had the likes of Rietveld was close to them at one point. The number 70 car was close to them at one point. They're no longer there. So it was once a 4-way battle for the lead. It's now very much a 2-way battle.
Red Line are getting serious. They've whipped out Felix Rosenquist, and Bono House is in for the final stint. They're in 9th place. Every single position here could make a really huge difference. 1, 2, 3 team Red Line. There are points leaders coming in. That lead looks certain to disappear as of now. Ooh, Rietveld for Real Team Hydrogen goes purple in Sector 1. He's a 2nd behind Mahler, who are 4th right. Ooh,
Chasing a podium as well, because Denez for Mahler is right behind Jerne Simoncic, and here they go.
Yeah. And
so this is Rietveld.
And both have just set their fastest laps of the race. And they haven't. They're both closed on the lead, I beg your pardon.
There they are. So there's
Mahler ahead in
the green and white colours.
Sister car's
just
3rd.
That, we will
Our
see
car's 10th.
Yellow and black
after
of
a shit drive.
Floyd by Collis.
Yep. So 410 and 70 battling for the final podium spot. Those are the 3 cars we're talking about. And we just had a very quick look at our, I guess he's still the GT leader. Oh no, Enzo Benito in 2nd in GTE. Lauren Heinrich leads for Porsche Esports ahead of BMW Team Red Line. Tom Usgaard 3rd in the 92 car. That started 2nd on the grid. Dane Warren and Jeremy Bouteloup 4th and 5th for Proton competition. Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Racing Corvette is 6th at the moment.
Bonner House has definitely been told to get on with it, haven't he? Have you seen?
But does he ever not get on with it? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend.
Purple through the first sector. He's not waited around for the fastest sectors.
No.
Straight out the box.
Now, do we think anybody took tyres at the final stop?
this is going to be a change for
Yep.
fourth place.
Goes by Marler.
Yeah, and they didn't make that hard for him at all, did
No,
they? So,
because they want to finish.
Yeah.
Because that, you know, 5th is better than 0.
Well,
6th is better than 0.
and he can tow us up to 3rd place.
Yep.
Floyd by College just up the road.
Absolutely so. And when those two get stuck into each other, the Marler guys will go, yay, and go zooming by. And we've seen it before.
They've got to definitely be on tyres red line, haven't they?
You'd have to.
Yeah.
When you're outside the top 3 in the final stint, you've got to do something different, haven't you? And something different is fit Bonnerhouse, but give him fresh rubber. And for the 10 seconds it's going to cost, or 12 seconds it's going to cost, or however
many.
We'll make
that up very quickly. Yeah.
Well, he has to, doesn't he? And he knows what the odds are getting into the car, doesn't he? He knows, okay, I've got fresh rubber, I am going to be considerably quicker, but this is absolutely no mistakes allowed. You've absolutely got to nail it.
Well, for them, the best they can get realistically is 6th. I don't know if they can get any higher than that. 6th is 5 seconds.
Yeah, probably.
Fortzilla needs the box still.
Bit of a reach.
6th is 5 seconds ahead of them. 5th place is nearly a minute ahead. You're right. It's a long way away. But we're on lap 117 of 134. So we've got 17 laps remaining. That's getting on for 30 minutes. And it might not be 7. Yeah, it will be 17. Because, of course, he's on the same lap as the leader. So it's not a time thing. There's a 70 Real Team car, which is in 4th place.
Hunting down 3rd.
Yeah.
And they desperately need this result. We've said it before.
So are they on fresher tyres as well? Because Yerny Simoncic doesn't normally do an average job in the number 4 car.
I don't know, but we haven't really seen what Real Team can do. They won the first round, and since then we just haven't really seen them, so we almost forget that they won that first round.
Yep.
But, you know, they only have scored the points since, but
well, the top 2...
They didn't win that out of a fluke. They played a really good strategy there,
No,
didn't
absolutely. The top 2 are clear, aren't they? Nikitin Wisniewski and Isaac Price,
no,
first
just
and
on
second.
fresher
There's 5
tyres,
seconds between them, and actually
they're
last time round...
They're also not OP
Wisniewski
in the
GT. 9/10 on Price. Now,
red
again,
line
traffic
second there,
affected.
and
Gap comes down with every sector.
LMP is
Isaac
currently
Price
there,
is
even
getting
just
closer.
4th.
But after this one, there will be 16 laps left. There's not much time left, is there? Here we go, Real Team right on the tail of Floyd by Colles. This is for the podium. He pulls out early, comes back down the straight, picking up the toe. Goes out wide. He's going to try and get the cutback straight up the inside. So Floyd by Colles on tired tyres just could not get slowed down and turned in. Yerny Simoncic just left the door, banging on the hinges there, straight up the inside. Jonas Rietveld up to 3rd.
That was a fantastic move.
That was a great move, and that was fresh rubber, wasn't it?
Yeah, and look at Marler now. This is exactly why Marler did not fight Real Team, because they've just done the work for them. Now Marler are right with them as well, and they could have a stab going down to the hairpin potentially, because Floyd by College do look like they're struggling in comparison to Real Team. They are flying, aren't they?
Sorry, Jeffrey Rietveld, not Jonas Rietveld. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. And the Marler car, again, you know, he was right behind that move. He saw what happened. He saw that the Floyd by Colles car just could not slow down at sunset. So all he needs to do is pile the pressure on, be in a position to make the pass. And Simoncic is going to have to try and defend. And although, you know, he made that mistake that lap, he may not make it the next lap, he's still going to have to work hard. This is Bonnerhouse in red line, and Team Fordzilla behind. Now, has he just made that pass?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay, so he's got ahead of Fordzilla.
Yeah, next for him will be Risto Capit, and he'll catch him on this lap.
Yep.
Possibly pass him up to sunset.
Team Fordzilla should box this
not
lap.
too far in front. Here is Simoncic in number 4.
You will jump them easy.
Yeah, Marler. Again, Marler having a good race. Philippe Denez right behind. Here he is. Look, he's closing in as well. And you can see Simoncic using the toe of the GT car. That's the red line BMW. Now, does somebody appear inside? Look, he's out wide, 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 very wide on the bumps. Holds the inside line, not this lap.
Yeah, it'll be the next time
round.
In fact, it's stabilised, isn't it? Floyd by Collis are now.
Yeah, I think P9
now
will be it.
in the
Nothing we
toe
can
of
do.
Realty.
Yeah.
Good
I've
drive
actually
so far.
stabilised that gap slightly.
DRS zone activated, etc., etc. Who's just stopped? Simsa Sports coming out of the pits. D-Station coming out of the pits as well. Joao Paulo de Oliveira. And Gustav Grimbergus back in the Simsa Esports Ferrari. But our leaders in GTE, as you watch this battle, Lauren Heinrich still by 20 seconds over Enzo Benito in the Team Redline car that started from pole. Tom Yusgaard third for Porsche Esports. And in terms of their points...
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, that's Axel and Simsa. That's Team Project One and Simsa, isn't it? Yeah, so Simsa on the way up.
They've been busy this race, Simsa,
Yeah,
haven't they?
yeah.
They've been in battles
Grimbergas
constantly.
fresh out of the pits,
Yeah,
by Stoyanov Peev, or not quite, as the case may be. There goes the Rebel car. Now he uses, no, can't quite use the opportunity to go through, or can he?
maybe.
Yes, he can try.
That'll be brave.
And then we go left, and then if you stay there, we go right again.
And
so then patience
driving.
pays off, doesn't it, in Le Mans corner? Yeah, if you get your nose on the inside,
Watch
you
the
know
Porsche go
eventually it will come
brrrr
back
on the
to
top
you.
speed.
Yeah, great racing between them both there.
And look, that's taken a mile to make the pass. And he's still not definitely through because the Porsche looks to be coming back underneath the Ferrari. Can't quite make that work.
I got 10 seconds to the front and the rear.
Far away from it though.
Well, they could have the run down to turn one as
Yeah.
well.
Just no
And
speed
again,
on
it
that.
depends on the relative strength of the car, where the Porsche is better, where the Ferrari is better. In fact, right ahead of the Simsa car on the road is the FDA Esports
Now,
car, but they are a lap ahead.
Lauren Heinrich in. Race leader has just come into the pits. So,
All right, okay.
Right.
So that means anybody else will spend less time in the pits.
Now there goes red line. Each time they've been, what, 3 or 4 laps more?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Well, it was, I think, maybe 2 laps, maybe 3 laps
It's been roughly...
ahead of the first of the stoppers. But, you know, they should have 4 or maybe 5 laps fewer in the pit lane. And I don't know how many litres they need a lap and how many seconds per litre.
This is a splash, isn't it? Wherever you're coming in. So, they're not going to... Yeah, either way, you're not taking on nowhere near as... The stop's going to be nowhere near as long as it usually would be. Ooh, a little bit of a tap there for the Axel team.
Okay, so total pit time for the 91 Porsche is now 5 minutes 17. For the Team Redline BMW, 4 minutes 26 spent in the pits so far in the
5 minutes
race.
17, yeah, and wow,
Yeah. So, okay, 91 is the first of the cars to have been forced in for their final top-up of fuel. We'll have to wait and see. Fordzilla and in and out of the pits, Panis into the pits as well, so they are consigned to the sort of late teens.
This was around the point last time at Spa where we thought, well, Redline are going to come in any second, and then they just never did.
Is this where we confidently predict that it's all going to change and nothing actually does?
I'm not going to predict anything anymore because that one was, that one caught everyone out.
Floyd by Colles, number 4 machine, just hanging on, opening the gap up now against the Mahler Racing Team car. So Jenny Simoncic, having been passed by Jeffrey Rietveld in the Real Team Hydro car, the number 70, is definitely stabilising the ship, and it looks as though car 4 will finish in 4th place. And right now, that's going to help them a lot in the point standings. They currently lie 2nd with 1, 2, 3. The lead is coming in here. Bono House in 6th and Jene Simoncic in 4th. So it'll be... That should almost actually bring them level on points. There's 0.5 points involved, so it's not going to be quite level. But it will be very, very close at the top of the table.
Now it's a case to see what happens with the other GT cars.
Yeah.
See if anyone else comes in.
Only Lauren Heinrich so far, not on this lap.
No one came in that time. All the leaders
Well,
have gone
you
through.
can't go earlier than you need to because you... Well, no, I suppose you could because inevitably, let's say you need 3 laps worth of fuel. If you stop with 3 laps to go, it leaves you very little racing time. But if you stop with 5 laps to go, then you still only put in 3 laps worth of fuel. But you're carrying more weight for longer, so it makes you fractionally slower. So in theory, you do want to wait until the tank is gasping for
And
fuel,
then
just until, the last moment.
Yeah, and then just...
So red line lead from 92, and this puts Dane Warren in the 88 Proton Porsche on the podium in 3rd place, ahead of Lauren Heinrich in the 91, with Jeremy Bouteloup in the 2nd Proton car in 5th, and Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Corvette in 6th. So 4 of the top half dozen will be Porsches, 1 BMW and 1 Corvette.
Now, unless that's traffic, it doesn't look like it. But Enzo Benito is half a second quicker than anyone through the first sector. So I wouldn't say he's saving fuel, is he? He's really pushing there.
Well, I don't know how they have managed to consistently be in the top 2 or 3 and consistently pull out 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 laps or whatever it has been.
Laurie, I do love a challenge. Why so?
They're running less fuel.
Please explain.
We've taken fuel away from them, so they're not...
Well, you need to take throttle travel away from them as well.
Not from all the cars. They're running less fuel. Say if this were Spa, they're on less fuel now. So, because just to try and, I guess, make this harder, but somehow they're still living up to it. Wolves, I think they might have just come out the pits. Were almost in the path of Yassi.
Risto Capit ahead of Isaac Gilliston. So IG ahead of Yas Heat now.
Or Capit and
So that's
Gilliston.
a change for 7th place and change back as Gillison gets back in front of him after the line in Sector 1. Or after the
we are. Well,
I
I was slow today.
And
I think our car was slow today.
And no stops.
So the number 4 is doing a good job with P4, and
don't
we
forget
are bad
that this is not the end of the championship in any way, shape or form. It is our 4th and final regular race. Mind you, the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual is a regular length as well. That's 24 hours. That comes up on January the 15th, 16th. So the 3rd weekend of January, a month away from now. They will have the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. 123 of 134 laps we're now working. So we are within nearly 10 laps of the finish.
And our team of the race vote is now going out on the Traction GG YouTube chat as well. So if you could go on to that or the Le Mans Virtual Twitter, we are putting a poll out to vote for your team of the race. Get voting now and we will reveal
most
the winners
exciting,
to you
wildest strategy,
before
most improved.
Yep.
I mean, you can choose your own reason for voting for your team of the race. Best livery, fanciest names, they live in your village. I mean, you know, genuinely any reason at all, you can
driver,
vote for them. Can I just say, Marla having a really good race.
Yeah, I was going to say
we're not mentioning that, but actually, you know, biggest turnaround in fortunes right now, I think it's possibly the Marla Racing
There's
team.
2 that are in the top 10, one of which has done an incredibly aggressive strategy with different tyres to the rest. So, and then we have one that's had an absolutely terrible season. That's all of a sudden doing good. So, if you can have a go at that. Also, we have stops going on, but we also have the Sport Buff competition going on our Twitch channels as well, where you can win a Thrustmaster T248.
Critical pit stops. Tommy Usgaard stops out of 2nd place. That will move Lauren Heinrich back up ahead in the 91 car. Dane Warren and Jeremy Bouteloup for Proton competition also stop on that lap. Does that move Dennis Lind in the Red Bull Racing Corvette in shooting distance, or do they need, surely they need to stop again? Nestor Garcia handed over to Dennis Lind sort of 20 minutes ago, probably not even. Sami Matitrogan is 7th, Jonas Raivio 8th for BS Plus competition. So Enzo Benito stays out. How many laps remain? 10, including this one. He can't go 10 laps longer than his rivals. However, every lap he does go longer than his rivals means he will spend less time in the pits.
Now it's 32 seconds drive through. What's his gap to the rest of the field?
Well, we'll wait for Lauren Heinrich to complete a lap and then get that margin.
Well, it's got to be, it's less than 28, because that's how far Dennis Lind is behind.
Or is that how far Dennis Lind is behind Lauren Heinrich?
Yeah, potentially.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Ooh,
here we go.
Change in 88 as well for driver times. Charlie Collins is in. So did he need to do more time behind the wheel, and who was that off?
Well, that was the Jota car.
Oh, it was the Jota
being turned
car.
round.
Yeah. Well, they haven't had much of a season, and this race pretty much perfectly matches the season they've had so far.
Okay, Lauren Heinrich's in the last sector, so very soon we'll find out. Was that the Team Project 1 car that they had? That's let them go back past now.
Right.
So, well, clearly a mistake.
Yes.
Team Project 1 have done the right thing and let them go back through, even though they are in completely different classes.
Not that they had
They'll
much choice, because the
well,
Jota car is so much quicker.
It won't be frowned upon so much now
No.
they've done that.
No, absolutely. So Peopev hanging on in the 57 car, back down to 12th place. Unfortunately, they haven't had much fortune in this race. Down in 16th.
Yesterday I could sleep all right.
It's
Today I
just
can't
seeing how far
sleep
this,
very well.
what's the gap between the top two? That's what I'm keen to find out.
Yep, need to work on that. 92
is, well, that's
back in the pits.
That's Usgaard in again. Yeah, that takes them to 5.
Why?
Now,
did he just not press the settings correctly? Is that what that was? Did he not actually get fuel, even though that's what he came in for? Or he's just driven straight through the pits?
Well, he doesn't have a drive-through, so
that has all the hallmarks of a major.
They didn't stop though. They didn't take fuel or change
well,
tires.
he'd already stopped. He stopped.
So
91 stopped first.
And then 92 stopped the lap
And then
after.
90, he stopped.
Bizarre.
At the same time as Dennis Lind hasn't stopped yet, at the same time as Jeremy Bouteloup and the 88 car, which has now got Charlie Collins in. 92, 77, 88 all came in together.
Now I'm confused.
Wow. Okay, so Enzo Benito leads by 33.7 seconds is the answer.
Wow.
Over Lauren Heinrich. He's doing 158.9 last lap. Lauren Heinrich did 159.5. So not only is he in front, requiring less fuel if he needs to stop, but he's actually lapping quicker. There's the BS and competition car. So Jonas Ravio drops. He hasn't dropped a spot yet, actually. He's dropped dropped away from Tommy Østgaard. Oh, we're hearing from our direction that it could have been a pit lane speeding infringement drive-through for Tommy Østgaard in the 92 Porsche. Jonas Ravio does now drop down the order. Still in 8th place in GTE, but behind Sami Matti-Trogen in the BMW Team GB car. Enzo Benito, Kevin Van Buren and Kevin Siggy. It's been a short race, but it's been a long race in so many ways. Rudy Van Buren, Enzo Benito and Kevin C. What on earth have they done? What sort of weird alchemy, science, setup, feather slippers nonsense have they been doing to be able to run at the front and save much more fuel than anybody else has been able? No one else has been able to save a lap more than, say, the Porsche eSports team. And these guys basically are running on fresh air.
It's the other BMWs that they're saving it over as well. So it's not just...
No, it's everyone.
It's not just because they're a BMW. By the way, BS in competition was a disconnect, sadly. Real shame for them, as they are running well inside the top 10 in the championship, but they will...
Yeah, we're up until now. That really is a disaster, because obviously he'll be busy Control-Alt-deleting his living daylights. And we've got 7 to go after this.
He will likely be pushed down the very lower order of the top 10.
Afraid so. Well, he's 10th now and plunging. He's back in.
Unless Benito comes in.
He is reconnected in 10th. Jonas Ravio.
Well,
there he goes.
He's got to come out the pits first.
Yeah. So where is he? Gustav Grimbergus has gone by him, so has Steinhoff PF. So, yeah, he's lost a couple of spots there. But he is back, and actually the gap is only 5 seconds to Grimbergus. So it depends what pace he's got left. There is the Marley car.
So the 4 is trying to desperately hold on to P4.
You know, what a different season it might have been if they produced a result like that in Monza. And, you know, it's just...
And the 444
Yeah,
is
you do sort of
just
feel sometimes that, you know, I know
stuck
we
in
understand
ninth.
life isn't... All right, they were 8th in Monza, but you know, Spa and Nordschleife were just absolute shockers. You know, what looked like it might have been a good top 10 run of form suddenly just evaporated, and they barely made it into 20 of 21 cars. This is for position. This is Floyd by Colles and Mahler. No, this is not. Floyd by Colles and Mahler are
very close
6/10 apart. Yeah, so
they're
what
very
battle
close.
is this then? Who are we on board with
This
here?
is 15, Race Clutch and Brulliac in the 5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're split by 2/10 across the line.
So this is for 10th, but the battle for 4th,
close.
having sort of written it off in favour of Jenny Simoncic, saying, OK, he's done enough to get ahead, suddenly he is right in the clutches of the Mahler Racing team of Philippe Denez.
Wow, both running out of talent there.
Yeah, and tyre grip and luck and everything, and that's proper quarterback scramble there around the outside, isn't it? That's great stuff.
Go
So
on,
Pritchak,
Eric.
does he hang on? He does, ahead of Emmerich Andre, but not for long. Here comes Andre. Oh, can't get by with the red nose on the Race Clutch Alpine car.
It's okay for the 4, but
And
it's
Lauren
scheiße
Heinrich
for the
still losing
444.
time to Benito.
Yes.
Absolutely
And
crazy.
Benito has still yet to stop.
And
There
I
should
mean,
be
it's-
6 laps left.
I mean,
Which is, I think he's already gone 4 more laps maybe than Lauren Heinrich.
yeah.
You know, we're looking at half a stint. Not quite, but
Another, yeah.
look at this battle as well. Look at this. I want that place back. And they're carving their way through the GT cars, who have their own little battle. Which of the Porsche eSports cars was that? Okay, well, neither of them are particularly under pressure, but yeah, very busy, very, very busy. And again, this one continues. Now, the battle for third place, for fourth place rather, still within a second. It's as close as this. Jenny Simoncic and Philippe Denez in the number 4 Floyd by Colles, number 10 Mahler Racing Team car.
Yeah, there is.
There you go. There's the Mahler car. So look just around the corner in front of you.
There it is. You just see it.
And there's Simoncic. So there's traffic in front of them, including the red line BMW that leads in GTE. And the BMW Team GB car kicking up a bit of dirt on the outside. There's not much between the two cars, is there? 147.0, 147.3 on the last lap. So Jenny Simoncic finding a little bit more in traffic. But as they come across the line, gap's gone down from 0.9 to 0.8.
It's very close.
Yeah.
Traffic
the
could
right
decide
brake in
this.
traffic will decide it,
Yeah.
or the wrong brake, depending on which side of the pit wall or which pit trolley you're sitting on.
That's what it's going to be. Floyd by Colles do not want to hit a big bunch of traffic, otherwise that could be game over. So,
well, in the end, it doesn't matter really for their championship aspirations whether Mahler finish ahead or behind, as far as they're not battling Mahler, but it's the points that you lose.
that said, points-wise, Lewis just has been doing the maths upstairs. So Floyd by Colles are going to be on 58.5, Redline on 58.
Yeah.
And Williams Rebellion on 54.5.
Half a point in it for the
4
lead.
points between the top 3. So yeah, so it does matter a little bit if they lose this place.
Exactly so, exactly so.
If they lose this, they lose the championship. Or they don't gain the championship lead, shall I say, because they weren't leading it going into the race. So yeah, this is to hold what would be a new championship lead.
Still no sign of our GTE leader needing fuel.
It looks like they're going to go.
They're obviously running on fairy dust or some such. I mean, astonishing ability to run enough pace that you're not hanging out in the bottom end of the top 10. You're leading the race ahead of Porsche eSports, and you're still out fuel saving them in a way that Porsche legends like Norbert Singer used to make a trademark. I mean, it's an astonishing, double-edged sword. There's no downside of that. Even if they stop now with 4 to go.
They can crawl round now, though. They can be, what, 8 seconds a lap slower or something ridiculous?
Well, yeah. Okay, we're on lap 130. Well, the leaders are of 134. Don't forget that the GTE cars don't keep going round until they've done 134 laps. When the leader completes lap 134, the checkered flag is out, and if the GTE cars are just ahead, they do the rest of the lap. If they're right behind, then they finish as well. So, yeah, for Lauren Heinrich, for Dennis Lind, I mean, we really haven't talked much about the Corvette in a potential podium position, because that is all now unwinding for them. They have worked hard in the sort of lower reaches of the top 10 all race long, just gradually creeping closer and closer. It'll be interesting to see what their pit stop times were like as well.
And then just winner takes
well,
it all at Le Mans.
They have spent 4 minutes and 27 seconds in the pits. Enzo Benito in the leading BMW has spent 4 minutes and 26. Everybody else has spent a full minute longer in the pits.
They've essentially replicated Redline strategy.
Yep.
Albeit they've just done it.
But because they weren't
slower.
leading from the very start, it was less easy for fools
them
like us to spot it. No. It's just as achievable for them, but it was less glaringly obvious that everybody else peeled in behind them and they led, which is what we saw from the BMW. So, you know, we've seen, where did Red Bull qualify? I mean, they were a long way back, weren't they?
They were down in 11th place.
They were 30 seconds, so 11th place in the class, and they've come up into a podium position.
This will be back-to-back podiums for them as well. They were second last time out. So they were only 7 points behind Team GB. They've had a disaster.
But it's freaking close. Dennis is right on the rear end of Papa Järni.
But they'll close in on pretty much all the
4
teams
laps to go, but
they're ahead of the 92
incredibly tight
as well.
Yeah, the only 2 cars will outscore them, who are the top 2 in the championship, Redline and Porsche Esports, who are currently running 1-2. The 91 Porsche Esports is the better placed in the championship. Those are the only 2 cars that will outscore the Red Bull Corvette team. So Dennis Lind and his boys will jump from 8th to 4th, maybe, in the championship.
I don't know, well, because it's the lowest points, 25 for the win, 18 for second, so on. They'll get 15 points.
Yeah.
I'd say they'll climb at least 2 places. But they'll be very close to 4th place if they are not there already.
Well, as of now, Lewis reckons that Redline will lead 91 and 92. So that will leave them, possibly 4th ahead of BMW Team GB.
And
let's take a look at this. This is the 92 coming into the pit lane.
Didn't slow it in time.
Yeah.
And there'll be less than 14 points between our top 2, so less than a win. Less than the gap between first and second in points at Le Mans.
At Le Mans.
Which means there will be a shootout. Yeah.
57 drive-through for causing a collision with the 38 Jota car.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, didn't we? They did let them back through, but
well, they didn't have any option because the Jota car's quicker. It's not like they slowed down.
But they did.
They didn't take them off again as they tried to pass, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, so drive-through, well, will he have time to do it? Not really. That could be commuted to a plus 30-second penalty, unfortunately, but that's not really going to... Team Project One are taking their drive-through. 57 car has just left the pits. So, Enzo Benito leads in GTE. There's 91. Lauren Heinrich in second place, or is that 92? That's 92 further back.
The battle for 4th is very close. Half a second between Simoncic and Dennis.
Again.
Yeah.
Axel Sport stop with 2 to go. That didn't work out well for them in LMP. Yes, you're right, Dennis. Philippe Denez right behind Jenny Simoncic again for 4th place.
And just a quick announcement, by the way. Thanks to everyone who did vote for the team of the race. The winners of the team of the race are the #1 Rebellion GPX Esports.
You have to say they have done a fantastic job, haven't they?
So
I wonder how much they shaded the 71 Redline BMW team by, because they've done an outstanding job.
They started 6th, did our race leaders overall. So, to climb, it's not been straightforward at all.
Yeah, nice. So we're going to drop 2
Still not down for
the
BMW team Redline. If they
7th.
run out on the track now, then they lose the whole thing.
Big F.
The leaders are on lap 133. Here is the 5th place car. Philippe Denez. And in front of him is the 4th place car, Jenny Simoncic, hanging on with whatever he's got left in the tank. And Dennis keeps getting closer, and then Simoncic keeps just finding traffic to get in the way of his rival. Is this going to be a last lap pass? Leaders on lap 133, so this is the penultimate lap for this battle as they start the lap. Leaders will have one more to go at the line, so they will see the white flag. Do we see the white flag? They would see the white flag were they in actual Sebring, and there is the Corvette on for third place. Don't get hit by anybody. You've got nobody behind you. Let them through. Nicely done, Dennis Lind. I'm sure I don't need to explain to him what needs to be done, either in the real world or in sim racing. That's a big result for them as well. Really big result for those guys.
Yeah, you know, to get back-to-back podiums, you know, obviously slight chaos at Nürburgring, but and they came out of that unscathed, but they've started the season with a 13th, then an 8th, then a 2nd, so they were only going in one direction, and they've just continued to improve by getting yet another podium in a race where all the championship leaders have been at the top of their game.
We have our Thrustmaster T248 winner playing Sport Buff on Twitch. It is at crazyface228871. Snappy, rolls off the tongue. Rolls off the tongue. But we will contact you after the race early next week and organise that for you. So congratulations to you as well. And don't forget, you can follow us all on Twitch at Le Mans as well. Follow the entire thing. And as the leaders hit the final lap, Nikita Wisniewski in the #1 Rebellion GPX Esports car that won Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual last year leads on the final lap here of Race 4 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Enzo Benito leading for BMW Team Redline. And is it Gillison for Yasheet? Another purple lap. The fastest race lap goes in on the penultimate lap of the race.
I mean, the impressive thing about the #1 guys is they don't qualify well. Their best qualifying result is still only 6th. So they never really qualify well, but strategy and racecraft, they've got it clearly nailed down. And yeah, with those qualifying results, they just needed a couple of things to fall their way to really stomp off and get a win. And yeah, I guess one or two things have happened, but they've been in the right places at the right times. They've had really consistent pace, and I think deservedly, you know, they're going to wrap.
I mean, we're right on
the
gearbox of them now.
On Friday, win on sell on Monday. It's win on Sunday, sell on Monday. That's the one that counts. You don't get any points for pole.
Come on,
you get all the points for winning. And yeah, if you can't qualify quite as outrageously quickly as some of your rivals, as long as you can beat them in the race, that's all that matters. The checkered flag awaits. The final lap, Nikita Wisniewski, there he is. Punches the air with delight, is as calm and as cool as a cucumber, scratches his nose with delight as they win it. Isaac Price will come across the line 11 seconds back in second place for R8G Esports. He has done so, and Real Team Hydro
we are one of the only
will
to
take
do 6
third.
stops, I think.
Great result for them as well. We have one position in the top half dozen still very much up for grabs. Yannis Simoncic versus Philippe Denez.
Gillison done 6, we done 6, Huis have done 6, that was a drive-through.
Still showing no signs of having to visit the pit lane any more times. And 2 of our top 3 have really worked hard. There is your fourth place battle, 4th and 5th across the line. Simoncic holding on by 0.6 of a second after 4 hours of racing from Philippe Denez.
Taking the
great
championship
result
lead,
though for the Marla team. We don't own shares in Marla. It's just nice to see somebody who's had a kicking coming back from that. And Enzo Benito will do the final lap in this BMW Team Redline M8. Checkered flag out for them as well. Lauren Heinrich and Dennis Lind have already crossed the line in 2nd and 3rd. That's how much his advantage was. I beg your pardon. Up to 3rd has gone Charlie Collins for Proton. Dennis Lind back to 4th.
Wow.
Dennis Lind back to 5th. What's happened there? Dennis Lind had crossed the line, had taken the checker, and somehow ends up in 5th place. Okay, we will wait and find out what's gone on there. He's down to 6th. Tommy Oskar behind him. That sounds like there's a timing glitch, unless he was a lap down when he took the checkered flag.
Yeah, they were incredibly
and you will take the checker. It will be shown as taking the checker even if you are a lap back. Here is our winner, though. I believe. Enzo Benito across the line for BMW Team Red Line. Pole position, victory, simple afternoon. Easy as that.
Yeah, 2 wins for them now this
Wow.
season. A worst result of 4th. They've been hugely consistent, and 3 stops. Those
Anyway,
were
guys,
the
not
only 2 teams
the
that
the
managed
race
it.
I'd hoped for,
yeah,
and
just the
not
master-
really the yeah, like the result. Anyway, guys, gonna take this to an end, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. Perhaps some iRacing later on, perhaps nothing else going on. I don't know. Anyway, I hope you have a good weekend. I hope you have a nice Saturday evening. And yeah, have a good evening. See you. Goodbye.
Yeah.